6 days he finished his creations. All that's in the heavens, all that's in the earth. The 7th day he sanctified and made it holy. Moses told me this day would be for a sign between him and Jacob, established as a covenant in all our dwellings. Israel must keep it as the most honorable day, treated as a delight. The Sabbath begins when the 6th day loses life.
It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath.
A day of rest is not to pursue our own pleasures. A holy convocation, that's a holy gathering. What is reading out of his law in anticipation for a spiritual measure that Ahayah give us.
It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath.
Commanded not to buy or sell or to go on a journey. No laying with your wife, I hope you heed the warning. Seek and do the things that please the higher only. Gather with his people, have a good time. Break bread, drink wine, it's time to cast away the cares of this world for another day. Sufficient are the evils of the day.
It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath.
The holy days in the Bibles are Sabbaths too. Jubilees and it's new moons. Know your pastor probably told you Sabbaths any day. Take heed and do what Moses say. Let's open this Bible. Exodus chapter 31, starting at verse 13. Speak thou also unto the children of Israel, saying, Verily my Sabbaths ye should keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know that I am Ahayah that do sanctify you. For ye should keep the Sabbaths therefore, for it is holy unto you. Everyone that defileth shall surely be put to death. For whosoever doeth any work therein, that soul should be cut off from among his people. 6 days may work be done, but in the 7th is the Sabbath of rest, holy to Ahayah. Whosoever doeth any work in the Sabbath day, he should be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel should keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations, for a perpetual covenant. Leviticus chapter 23, the middle of 32. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbaths.
This is an MB13 production.
Whether out the body or in a dream, word can be uttered, the sights I was seeing. Escorted by his angels, I see the cherubims. Myriads of spirits like a fiery sea. The sound of many trumpets, the voice of an archangel. Underneath is the firmament, I see every angle. I can see the earth and all its circumference. It's circling flat, all the lies of science. So I asked the angel to show me outer space. There's no such thing of outer space. In heaven there are many levels, thrones and principalities and many angels. I'm in the 3rd heaven, where paradise rests. The tree of life that will heal the just. A real Kodak moment, words can't describe what Yasha prepared to give his bride. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all his glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all his glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all his glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all his glory. Show me the sun and moon and all the stars, the circle they travel to fulfill their course. I saw 12 windows, or 12 gates, led by Uriel, they never faint. Behold, await, these are spirits. All the lights in the sky are angels. In the city that exists in the 7th heaven, approaches Michael, who's over the souls of the righteous. Took me to the highest, the Ancient of Days. See the Son of Man, all the angels praise. Crying out to him belongs all the honor and glory. And to the Lamb that was slain, cause he is worthy to receive the kingdom. Now comes salvation to those who had an ear, kept his word in patience. Overcame Satan, should receive their garments. Crown of life immortality. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. Our kingdom, New Jerusalem, is brought from heaven, adorned for a bride, a place I gotta be. I see the tree of life in the streets of gold, transparent like glass. Our kingdom will never pass. There'll be no more crying, no more dying, no more pain, no more sighing. The former things on earth has passed away. Man, I pray I see this day. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. I'm seeing visions of the Most High's throne in all His glory. I'm seeing visions.
All right. We got it on?
Yeah.
The mic's on? Yeah. All right, fam, let's go and get at it. Cool. Testing. Y'all hear me clear?
Come.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
That sounds lively. Let's get it. I am Elder Ahayah. This is Brother Iran to my left from Wakeland Ahayah Church. Here to be used as the Most High's vessels. Been to another Sabbath lesson. Before we get started, as always, we're going to go with honor and praise to our God, the God of our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Ahayah. All hail Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.
All hail Ahayah.
Today's title is By Evolution or Creation. By Evolution or Creation. I want to quote a scripture from the Messiah. He says, He who man esteems is an abomination to God. He that man is highly esteemed is an abomination to God. We must consider why the Messiah said that. The world as we know it, according to scriptures, and according to empirical research, our eyes show us that this world belongs to Satan. It's an evil world. And all his ministers. I'm not just talking about pastors. I'm talking about these so-called experts, geniuses, NASA. All these people are spokesmen for him. What the world promotes is not of God. The world will never promote anything of God because it's not of God. Satan has been ruling since the fall of Adam. Okay? And it's sad. We're going to watch a video. I don't know how much I'm going to let go. I wish we had the whole 30-some minutes to watch it, but it's sad as an adult now looking back at it and having the knowledge of its truth that we spend a lot of money sending our children to these schools to learn nonsense. I mean, we're gonna quote the script. We're gonna read the scripture when it says he catches the wise in their craftiness. If someone would just ask, if we would just ask, why? How is that? It makes no sense what they taught us. None. But they defy the Most High God. I'm going to turn this video on. I'm serious. It's the most comedic thing that I've watched since 2 nights ago when I watched, when I told my wife, one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. When I watched Trump and Biden debate, that was one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. I mean, I was in literally tears, cracking up. I couldn't believe it. I said, my goodness. I mean, I have not laughed that hard in years. Woo. she was like, "What's wrong?" She said, "I should have watched it. I couldn't go to sleep. That thing had me on the floor." I can hear it. It's crazy. It's crazy. My eyes were. He got me crying. I ain't lying. Real. That was the greatest comedy show of all time. But that's what it is. It's a show. It's for entertainment purposes. You know what I'm saying? But it's really exposing was that we're in the end times, people. I think it's in its lesson, but the most times it is. It says these people are nothing. Nothing. A foolish nation. We have been bamboozled by foolish people. We have believed their lies. We have believed. You know what? Let's read these 2 scriptures to get to this video. And this, I want y'all to just ponder on what I'm saying. Is that this is what we have taken let them take our children out of our households to teach our children against our God. I mean, let's get this. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20. No, 20 to 21. Paul leave us with a word to Timothy.
1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 20. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust.
What is Paul referring to when he says, keep that was committed to his trust? Say again, brother.
The doctrine.
The doctrine of the Messiah. Keep that which was committed to you, taught to you, the doctrine. It leads to eternal life. It's for correction, for reproof. It gives us wisdom in all things. This doctrine, this book, furnishes us for every good work in the sight of God. In the sight of God.
Come.
Our creator, the creator of all things. This video, it's hilarious. But as the Messiah says that the men of the world, they glorify themselves. They look for admiration of men. And they have to, like we said for a long time, they give each other titles to induce their lie, to perpetuate their lie. So we will grow up believing because this person has a degree or a title, they must know something. They're smarter than us. We must listen to them without asking any questions. Well, the doctor said, or NASA said, or the news said, it's programming. Read.
Keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings, and oppositions of science falsely so called.
In oppositions to what?
Of science falsely.
Of science falsely so called. Let's get what science is. It's a scientific fact. We're going to let the Most High talk and see there ain't no man on earth. There's no man on earth that have the understanding of his wisdom, of his creation. So how can you declare what his creation is? Get it.
And in my book over here, it says it's contradictions of knowledge.
Say again.
So it says what science says is contradictions of knowledge.
Contradictions to the knowledge of God, which we about to hear. and see. Science, out of the Westword Dictionary. Knowledge, or a system of knowledge covering general truths, or the operation of general laws, especially as attained and tested through scientific method. Scientific method, principles, and procedures for the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and formulation of a problem. The collection of data through observation and experiment, and the formulation and testing of hypotheses. Someone's opinion.
Come.
Now, as I watched this video, remember I said, no one asks questions or challenge the nonsense that they teach us or say to us or portray to us. I'm watching this thing, I'm like, okay. 63 million years ago, whole chronological order, 56 million years ago, so who told you that? Like it's like most I asked Joe, where were you? 63 million years ago. 3.2 million years ago, this happened. Because of this, like who left you the testimony? Falsely called science. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, 18 to 21. Get it.
Which some professing have erred concerning the face.
See?
Grace be with thee. Amen.
You can't mingle this with the knowledge of God. It's contrary. Yes, brother.
When you had mentioned NASA, I looked that up, and it's H5377, and it means to lead astray or to deceive.
Say it again.
NASA in the concordance is 5377, H5377, to lead astray or to deceive.
Come.
So it's no wonder why the serpent is their symbol.
Come.
It was set up to do what? Lead astray
Or to deceive,
or to deceive.
Come.
to delude.
Now, we're going to read God's word. Okay? See, we can believe what our eyes show us. Okay? NASA was set up by the devil to deceive mankind. I sent y'all a video. We've been knowing this for years of the so-called rocket launches. They're going off into space. They all do the same thing. Not one rocket ever went straight up. They always curve and come right down to the water because they know you cannot get outside the firmament. And with this lesson, it's going to entail a lot of other information that the Most High is deemed necessary for us to be edified with. Because what the Most High created in His testimony, this is why I say the Old Testament is the truth. His testimonies are the truth, and they stand throughout the test of time. There's evidence of everything our God said.
Come.
Evidence. Like the Bible says, for a sign and wonder, it be apparent that what He said is true. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 18 reads, I got it.
Come.
I'm not a scientist, don't desire to be one. This is merely lowly servant of the Most High God. So let's see what He says. 18 and 21.
Yep.
Let no man deceive himself. If any 18, let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seem to be wise in this world. See, seem to be wise in this world. I was talking last week about how these so-called young ones in pursuit of knowledge in so-called college have been misled to believe that they're wise according to the knowledge of the world. all the knowledge of the world is vanity. The knowledge of the world promotes is vanity. So how does it profit your soul? What's my man? According to the wisdom of this world, the knowledge of the world, was Steve Jobs the so-called intelligent man?
Huh.
Would you say he was wise man? A wise man according to this world?
Yep.
What did it benefit him? With all that wisdom, all that money, it still broke down to the simplicity of life. What's more important? He deemed his health greater than his wealth. What's more important? But sadly, what he was not privy to is the state of his soul.
Con.
All that labor for naught. No. Its destiny is what is written for those who don't keep the commandments of God. But let's get it. I don't want to get deep into that, but let no man deceive you. Deceive himself. If any man among you seems to be wise in this world, that's like somebody coming here because they was once had a doctrine in religion. Think they're wise in this world because they was taught by the world. That don't mean nothing concerning the doctrine and knowledge of God. You didn't learn from the Most High. The other God educated you, contrary, as he said, to the knowledge of the true God. Seem to be wise in this world, let him become a fool to the world. Let him become a fool to the world, that he may be wise. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God. See? It's foolishness to our God. What they boast in is foolishness. For it is written, he taketh the wise in their own craftiness or deceitfulness, in their own deceptions. He catches them. He taketh them. They cannot prevail over him. He always proved them to be false. Now let's watch a little bit of this falsely called science video. Yes, brother. Human evolution, the complete story of our existence. The complete story of our existence. Human evolution. I once asked the question, if we evolved from apes, why aren't we still evolving? Like, my thing is, if you evolve, that means we would continually be becoming something else. There would be no end to our evolution. This goes back to the single cell nebula, and somehow some phenomena happened that out of one single cell, thousands of other species were created. But more than that, somehow the earth knew that it needed to grow fruit and food for what's being created. Makes no sense. The Most High said, and of its kind. We still see those kind today. Right. They're still doing what the Most High commanded them to do from the beginning. We have not changed. They have not changed. We see some, it's still indoctrinated in our mind. Yeah, see, that lizard evolved from a dinosaur. No, it didn't. It was a lizard. It was, what's that dragon? It was Komodo dragon. It didn't come from dinosaurs. But guess what? We have the origin of dinosaurs in this lesson. It's a lot of information in this lesson. We're going to touch all of that. And we're going to show you, for those who think that the sons of God, the heavenly sons of God, did not come down to earth. We're going to show you that those were angels called watchers that he has set over the earth to intercede for men. We're going to watch men to guide them. But let's get it. And also, it's going to show you that will science teach you that's outside the firmament? Well, according to them, there is no firmament. It's the Orion's belt. Orion's belt. Yep. And then there's outer space and all these black holes and stuff. But we're going to see prophets, the Most High gave a little insight to how heaven really looks. There's nothing that what NASA have taught us. But we're going to show you that Satan wasn't the only angel to sin. Okay? He was the first. After Satan, even when Satan kicked out of heaven, many angels are still sinning. Yep. See? We're going to show you again that the Most High God did not plant the tree in the Garden of Eden. Okay? We're going to cover a lot. Also, Sister Bill asked me this a couple of years ago, I think, about why when the women give birth that they have this time of their defilement and their purification. That's in this lesson. Okay? And see, but I was referring to something different. You were right. I was talking about the 2 weeks that you can that you know what I'm saying, but the 80 days from a female child is the time of her purification where she is not to, you know, in the 40 days for the male child. But it's a week for the male, having the male, and so 2 weeks for the female child, but it's 40 days woman must stay in her defilement or purification and 80 days for a female child. But it's all in the lesson why that's ordained on the heavenly tables. Let's get it.
Yes,
Yeah. This is what they teach our children in school.
fair
I
use.
was about to say that.
We are the most complex creature on this planet. A big-brained, two-legged mammal. We've risen from the raw materials of the earth to dominate and shape it. Wind the clock backwards, and the story of how we got to be us is a puzzle that defies all logic. Through nearly 4 billion years of evolutionary twists and turns, disasters strike. Predators threaten to wipe us out. From rodent to reptile, we face extinction at every turn. From the land into the water, fighting to survive every step of the way. From fish to worm, back to the very first spark of life. To a single, simple cell. This is the most extraordinary and probable story ever told. The story of mankind rising.
What do a fidget spinner, a garbage truck, and a
"4 billion years ago, a ball of rock and dust spins in the frozen vacuum of space. This isn't Mars or Venus. This hell is Earth. This seething, lifeless mass of molten lava will become home to nearly 9 million living species. But generating life from this will take a chain of events that defies the laws of probability. There are many theories. Nobody knows exactly how or where life began. But it couldn't happen without water. Experts believe asteroids or comets delivered it here. The water is churning with chemicals and organic compounds. Lightning strikes the chemical soup at the right place and the right time. Billions of volts of electricity trigger a chain of improbable coincidences. The chemicals' atoms join up in a precise sequence, creating a bundle of genetic material. These fragile genes don't stand a chance in this extreme environment. But luck strikes again. A blob of oily material engulfs a single chain to create the first ever cell. Now, the genes send out messages, chemical instructions. And 3.5 billion years ago, they do something extraordinary. They copy themselves and the cell to create a perfect clone. This is the very first living thing. Every human, every animal, every bug, every plant can trace its origins to this single cell. The genes tell each cell to reproduce, guaranteeing their survival as they pass from one.
So the gene tells each cell what to do. Where does this intelligence come from? Say what?
You said the asteroid delivered the water, and without the water, it couldn't then produce. So.
But it's, as told Iran said, they tell the truth. All things do come from water. We're going to read that. But it's just amazing how if I create something, wintertime, if I created a snowman, what is it going to do? It's going to stand there as a dumb snowman until the sun melts it. Nothing inside this mass or this creation is going to tell it to think, to walk, that it's hungry. It needs to eat to survive. Miraculously, luck strikes again. And it somehow knows this is, according to science, the first operation of XEX. Oh, let's get it. Them are my words. These two cells, according to science, the experts, this was the first act of XSEX. Let's get it. Mute the mic, let's get it. Fair use. This is for educational purposes only. The views you are hearing are not the views of Awakening Highest Lit Church. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only.
Generation to the next. For 2 billion years, the only living things are simple single cells. But a random accident changes everything. 2 cells merge. Their genes combine. The merged cell clones itself. Its offspring contains genes from not 1, but 2 cells, 2 parents. We call this accident sex. Sex introduces variation.
I was joking, huh? I told you this is the greatest comedic show since the Trump and Biden's the live debate. Again, how do you know this was 2 billion years ago? Like, what technology? Like, who told you that? Like, they're chronologically stating these so-called theories. Like, this thing that's left a testimony, and you're 3 billion and one, this happened to me. But you can't say who the children of Israel are. Let's go. Y'all thought I was joking. I told you, according to science and these experts, this was the first operation of XEX.
Occasionally, things go wrong. As the cells reproduce, genes get deleted, duplicated. These cells are mutants. Mutations pile up, differences increase, until the cells become so different, they're separate species. The tree of life branches out into billions of species, but only one will lead to us. Mutating and diversifying, spreading out through the oceans, getting bigger, more complex, until our ancestor is a 3-inch long water worm. This is us 550 million years ago. Mutations create distinct.
Any comments?
Fair
Comments
use.
before we get started? But no, I'm serious. This is the secular teachings to our youth. I learned this as a youth. Big Bang Theory and what we're hearing right now. It has been going on for generations and generations and generations. Let's fast forward it, son. I can't do the whole 30 minutes. About right here. Yeah. This says we should be thankful to the dinosaurs because without them we wouldn't be here. Hey.
Fair use. Educational purposes only.
Thanks to sex, 340 million years ago, Casanaria becomes the first of our ancestors to live entirely on land. It's a new world, different from anything we've experienced up to now. We breathe air, support our own weight, and wrestle with an onslaught of new smells, sounds, sights. Bombarded with information, our brains evolve. We're smart, and we need to be. From that first creature to set foot on land, millions of species have evolved. More competitors mean less food to go round. A mutation gives us bigger, more powerful jaw muscles. It's a critical advantage. We can eat more food, faster. And it shows. The forests of Africa is about to make us do something extraordinary. something no primate has ever done before.
I can't do the whole thing today.
From that, what they're talking about, why did we evolve other than the other creatures? Why did we, as a, I don't know, human, evolve?
Exactly. Why did every species evolve into its own kind? And why did this one cell just have to be smarter than all the other ones? But this is what they're learning. This is what you learned. Has anyone in this church learned anything different? Yes, sister.
And why do we love things that are not beneficial for survival, like beauty, music,
Speak of the mic.
things of that nature?
Why do we have a natural love or appreciation for things like each other? Have compassion towards each other, music, art. That just evolved too. Let's see what the Most High told Job.
Job chapter 38, verse 1. Job chapter 38, verse 1.
You know what? Before we get there, let's go to the next video.
This one.
Yeah, see that side. Now, I said that this way to teach our children. Now, here's another educational tool that they show on television to program our youth. So it's a cartoon, okay? Remember, our children are the target. Let's get it. So this is the confirmation. So our children go to school and learn that. Now they put it in cartoon form. Let's get it.
Fair use for educational purposes only.
What is the sun? What is the sun?
Oh, hey, Squeaks. Oh, you're up early. Oh, the sun woke you up and you couldn't get back to sleep? That happens to me sometimes, too. The sun is shining really brightly out there. But on the bright side, it's going to be a perfect day for our hike around the fort. Yeah, that's the spirit. You know, we don't often think about the sun. You're right, unless it's shining right in our faces. But it makes you think, what is the sun really?
Hey, did I hear someone ask a question about the sun?
Oh, hi, Sam. Our friend Sam the Bat is calling from the fort's observatory. Sam is a bit of an astronomer, which means he's someone that studies astronomy. Astronomy is the study of things that are in space. Things like other planets, the moon, and the stars. Stars like Earth's sun.
Yep, the sun is a star, just like the ones you might be able to see in the sky at night. And it's the center of our solar system. That's the part of space we live in, and it includes the sun and all the planets that travel around it, like Earth. In fact, the Earth takes about
Outer space. Space immediately outside the Earth's atmosphere. Take note of that. So it's saying that space is outside what the Bible calls the firmament. She's saying that the sun, the moon, and the stars we can see are outside of God's firmament. Let's get it.
$365 days to go all the way around the sun. In other words, it takes 1 year.
So, if you're 6 years old, that means the Earth has gone around the sun 6 times since you were born. Cool.
And what's even cooler?
And they're teaching that the Earth rotates around the sun, along with other so-called planets. We're going to read in the scriptures the Most High never made planets, and that the earth don't move, but the sun, the moon, and the stars do. We're going to get into Enoch and break it down. As the brother brought out, NASA was created for what? To lead astray and to deceive. Right? Read.
About the sun is how hot it is. Well, maybe cooler isn't the right word, but it is really interesting. Like all stars, our sun is a ball of burning gases.
You're right, Squeaks. There are also gases here on Earth, like in the air that we're breathing right now. But the gases on Earth are a lot colder than the ones in the sun.
Right.
Okay,
The
so
gases in the sun are really hot.
So they're saying that the sun is a ball of hot gas. Right? Exceedingly hot. So we asked the questions a couple weeks ago. If what science is saying, why is there ice on the mountains? The closer you are to the sun, the more hotter it should be, right?
Yep.
We're going to show you that whatever NASA has shown us concerning so-called outer space is a computer-generated image, CGI. It's not real. Okay? Yes, you gonna bring some out?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, in particular, California, the mountains in California got snow on top of them, and that's one of the hottest states. I just want to throw that.
Say it again now.
The mountains in California have snow on the top of the mountains. So how ironically, you know what I mean, with that being one of the hottest states.
And they're gonna say that the sun is way larger than the earth. We're gonna show you a picture that what they're saying is not what our eyes show us. But they're gonna say that the size that our eyes see is because he's so far away. We're gonna show you he's not that far away. Let's get it.
Fair use.
And they make light and heat, lots of it. How hot is the sun? Well, imagine you're playing outside on a nice warm summer day. It's about 27 degrees Celsius or 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and you feel a little hot and sweaty. Well, the surface of the sun is about 5,700 degrees Celsius or more than 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's really, really hot. Anything that gets too close to the sun would burn up.
It's true, and the sun's not only hotter than Earth, it's a lot wider, over 100 times wider.
Oh, good idea, Squeaks.
Was true, we would see, like, all we would see in our sky is the sun. That's all we would see. Is the whole, right now, that all would be the sun. If it's that big. So they said, well, the eyes don't show that, so let's tell them that the reason it's not, you can't see it because it's so far away. But I'm serious. Imagine if the earth was a globe and the sun was a globe and it was that much larger than the earth, all we would see is the sun. Like right here. You can't see this. But I'm going to just try to make it an image. This cup is the earth. This is the sun. Right? If I resided on this cup, all I would see is that image. Right? Do y'all get what I'm trying to get with? I'm gonna get to?
Especially being
Get it.
especially being in the firmament, which is say so-called glass, like a snow globe or something, with something outside of that will project super duper large, is like how you saying.
Yep. I'm glad you brought that up too, because that's what I was gonna say something about that when we get to the flood. Because the snow globe is really what they're showing us how the flood was. Okay? But let's get it. Yes.
So basically along with what you were saying, because our eyes don't see that the sun is bigger than Earth, that's why they say that the moon, the sun, the stars is outside in outer space.
So far
Right?
away.
So that all feeds into their lives.
To their life.
Being in space.
Yep. We're going to show you that they're not far away. When I was over the road in the mountains, the sun went far away. The moon went far away. You can, like, for real, I said, they ain't that far away. Let's get it.
We can make a model that shows what 100 times wider looks like. We use models to help us understand or explain something in the world around us. We can use a ball or other toy to be a model of a planet. So with a model, we can use some things we found around the fort to show how big the sun is compared to the Earth.
Good idea. Astronomers use models all the time.
So let's use this pin to represent Earth in our model. If the Earth was the size of the end of this pin, which is pretty small, the sun would be about the size of this basketball. That's a big
Now, her example was way better than mine. So imagine the Earth being that little pin, the ball of that pin, compared to the basketball, what you would see. All you would see is that sun or that basketball. It would be the large, it'd just be a huge, I mean, it would just, like, exactly, it'd just be a huge picture of the sun. Right. It's in reverse. Let's get it.
difference.
It is. But you know, the sun is only kind of medium size when you compare it to other stars. Like, red dwarf stars are smaller than our sun. In fact, they're some of the smallest stars in space. On our model, they would only be about as big as a postage stamp. Then there are supergiant stars. Like the name says, those are super giant. They're over 1,000 times wider than our sun. In our model, a star like that would be
Where are these stars at? Okay, let's go to another video. So let's see. I seen this years ago. Here's a pilot flying over the sun, as the sun is in the clouds. Let's get it. Let me unmute. See it for yourself. He's showing his height. How far away is the sun? Next video. Let's read some of this. If the sun is that high, the plane should have melted. But man does not understand God's creation. Now, according to who?
Space.com.
Space.com. How was the sun formed?
How was the sun formed? Space.com.
And who told them this? Again. Read.
It says the sun, our perfectly average middle-aged star. In a wide expanse of space, gravity drew dust and gas together to create the young solar system. The sun formed first from the vast material, with the planets close behind. But how did a sea of swirling particles become the brightest star in our sky?
Fair use.
The sun is terrifying and gorgeous, and it's also the best physics laboratory in our solar system, Sabrina Savage says, project scientist for NASA's HINO at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Although it may look empty, space is filled with gas and dust. Most of the material was hydrogen and helium, but some of it was made up of leftover remnants from the violent deaths of stars about 4.5 billion years ago. Waves of energy traveling through space press clouds of such particles closer together, and gravity caused them to collapse in on themselves and then start to spin, the first step of how the solar system formed. The spin caused the clouds to flatten into a disk like a pancake. In the center,
Who is your witnesses? Who are they witnesses?
in the center, the material clumped together to form a protostar.
So you, through a telescope, observed the sun, and your observation gave you all that history. Yes, sister. Back phone. That's like me looking at a building, like across the street, for days and weeks. And Siri, now I'm gonna tell you how each brick was formulated at its origin. What year, time, place. Go ahead, sister.
I'm trying to figure out how did the stars die violently? The violent death of stars.
You know what I mean? Like somebody told them that it was a violent war. These dust particles are hydrogen and what other one? Helium. Just had a violent war and they died violently. By looking at the sun. Yes, sister. You can't make it up. Man.
Fair use.
I guess that's why I didn't go to college. I would question all of this. I'm like, where did you get your
I hear you. Speaking to me. It's on. You're speaking to it.
Okay. How did they get their ways to distance and time period? How did they do this? I don't understand all that. See, I would have questioned them. I've been sitting in the classroom. Yeah.
You sound like biting over that, girl. What you talking about?
I mean, how did they get that? They scaled the, how the time.
That's a lie. It's a lie. That's what we're laughing about.
We know that's a lie.
Yeah, we're saying that you give me. So you watched by a telescope the sun, and it gave you all this history, this timeline. That's what we talk about.
Guesstimate. They guesstimate.
They guesstimating the lie. They ain't guesstimating. They telling lies.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it.
That's why I said educated guesses, a hypothesis. That's all it is. Back to space.com. It says, in the center, the material clumped together to form a protostar that will eventually become the sun. There is a rotationally supported disk around this protostar. Astronomer John Tobin told space.com about a similar early sun, adding it's a key element in building planets. It lets the material hang out long enough for the planet formation process.
Let's stop right there. We got any more on there?
Yeah, we got.
How far is the sun? Space.com. Fair use. Educational purposes only.
It says, how far away is the sun? Earth's distance from the sun does not stay the same throughout the year. Earth's distance from the sun averages about 93 million miles.
Hold on. They said the sun is 93 million miles away from Earth. We just saw the sun. You could look at the sun in the clouds any cloudy day. Like I say, when you're a truck driver, when you're out outside and you see, like I was telling my wife, I see the moon always. And I said, in the daytime, her so-called craters, it's the same color as the sky. Daytime is light blue, nighttime is dark. So it's transparent. You can see through the image of the moon. So what are these craters you're talking about? Watch it for yourselves. I see it all the time. Okay? But let's see what God says. Okay? What scripture you on? That's enough of that.
Con. I think we got Job still.
Let's get what Job say. Let's see what the Most High says to Job.
38. Job chapter 38. Verse 1. Job chapter 38, verse 1. And it reads, Then Ahayah answered Job out of the whirlwind and said, Who is this that darkeneth counsel by words without knowledge? Gird up now the loins like a man. Gird up now thy loins like a man, for I will demand of thee, and answer thou me. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth?
The who?
Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth?
So Most High declaring that he laid down the foundations of the earth. It didn't happen as NASA said. Let's get it.
Declare if thou hast understanding. Who have laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest, or who have stretched the line upon it? Whereupon
so Iran was saying something earlier that as he increases reading, he sees that concerning the Most High's creation, it's what?
Everything has order.
Order and purpose.
Come.
This is a well thought out design. Creation. Read.
Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened, or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together.
When the morning stars, who are the morning stars? These are the angels that we're going to read. The angels talking about during this time, they all sang and shouted in applause to the Most High creation. We're going to read, we're going to back up this precept on precept concerning creation with many witnesses. Read.
And all the sons of God shouted for joy. Or who shut up the sea with doors when it breaketh forth, as if it had issue out of the womb? When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness a swaddling band for it. And break.
Now he said the cloud. We often have spoke on this. If this was not in an enclosed environment, there could be no clouds. You have to be in an enclosed environment to have clouds.
Mm-hmm.
And according to our eyes, they ain't moving at such a high speed that we can't feel it. They're right there. If the earth was spinning around so fast, like I'd say all the time when I was a kid on the merry-go-round, the merry-go-round, not once in my life experience have I gotten on that thing and my friends swung me around that I didn't get off dizzy. Come up, boom, boom, boom. Don't. Anytime. Right now, if you spin around yourself multiple times, you're going to get dizzy. So imagine going at this great speed. Scientists say the earth is rotating so fast you can't feel it. Well, that makes no sense. Yes, brother. Microphone, my brother.
And you better hold on too, because when we're spinning on that merry-go-round, if you better hold on.
Man, it's been some incidents, some accidents. You've flown up that thing, yes. There's a reason why that would happen no more. Yes.
On that same note, we always say, like when we were younger, we used to play basketball outside and the ball get wet, we'd throw it up in the air and spin it, and then all the water fling off at the quote-unquote equator. Like if the earth was a globe at the equator, and when we spin that basketball at that widest point on the sides, wherever we spin it, whichever way we spin it, that's where that water flying off at. But yet the water don't fly off the earth, and it's supposed to be spinning this fast.
The water ain't moving. He said it'd be flung all into space, constantly, till she dried up. Yes.
It'll look like them rings on Jupiter. That's how the water would be flying off.
It like the rings on so-called Jupiter. We know it's a wandering star. Read.
Job chapter 38, verse 10. And break up for it my decreed place, and set bars and doors, and said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further.
When you see the seas, do this not occur? He created sand. I was trying to show you all on the video. No matter how violent the water is, when it gets to sand, it just decreases in strength and go back into the sea. That thou shalt go no farther. Your hand up? Oh, okay.
And said, hitherto shalt thou come, but no further. And here shall thy proud waves be stayed. Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. It is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. And from the wicked their light is withholden, and the high arm shall be broken. Hast thou entered into the springs of the sea, or hast thou walked in the search of the depth? Have the gates of death been opened unto thee, or hast thou seen the doors of the shadow of death? Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all.
The width of the earth. It has a width. Have you perceived the breadth of the earth? I'm going to read something to you. Psalms 104 verse 5 says, nah, let's get some of this right here. Let's get some more. Verse 1. Blessed be Ahayah, my soul. O Ahayah, my God, thou art very great. Thou art clothed with honor and majesty, who covereth thyself with light as with a garment, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain. Stretches out the heavens like as a curtain. Who laid the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariot, who walketh upon on the wings of the wind, who maketh his angels spirits. There's many type of angels and spirits. They're not all the same. Many. His ministers a flaming fire. Who laid the foundations of the earth, that it should not be removed forever? Who covered it with the deep as with a garment? The waters stood above the mountains. At thy rebuke they fled. At the voice of thy thunder they hastened away. They go up by the mountains. They go down by the valleys into the place which thou founded for them. Talking about the waters that runs into the sea. It's a whole system. This is not by chance. It's not by chance. Next precept. No, let me keep reading. Verse 9. No, where am I at? 8. No, 9. Thou hast set a bound that they may not pass over. We just read that. That they turn not again to cover the earth. He sendeth the springs in the valleys which run among the hills. They give drink to every beast of the field. So it's showing that the Most High preserveth all his creation. This water gives drink to every beast of the field. Now, according to science, all this just happened by chance. The wild asses quench their thirst. By them shall the fowls of the heavens have their habitations, which sing among the branches. I was telling my wife this. Have y'all ever noticed? Now check out the consideration of our God. Rest is very important to us, right? Have y'all ever noticed that at night it becomes quiet? As soon as the birds see the spirit called light, they get to singing. But why it's dark, it's quiet. Everything is not asleep. It's a lot of nocturnal species. But the birds don't interrupt your sleep. When it's time to wake up, they sing. Every morning, like at 5, before the sun rises, the light comes. Light was created before the sun. The light leadeth and followeth the sun. Watch it. I see it every morning. It's always light way before the sun comes. And when the sun is going on his course, the light is following. But the birds, creatures don't interrupt you at the time you're naturally supposed to sleep. That's consideration. He watereth the hills from his chambers. The earth is satisfied with the fruit of thy works. It's evidence right now. We see this. He causes the grass to grow for the cattle. When they were saying this out of survival, they just started eating things and they discovered that they was hungry.
It was scarce.
It was scarce food. They just had to. No, the Bible is saying that there's a supplier of all things, to all things. He caused the grass to grow for the cattle, and herbs for the service of man, that he may bring forth food out of the earth. This is why the earth produces food for every creature and water. But I'm going to bring something out in a minute. Let's get back to the reading in Genesis. For all you vegetarians and what's the other one? Vegans. I got something for y'all. Let's go. Something you're missing on your scripture that you love to use. But let's get it.
Job chapter 38.
I take that back. The Most High has something for you.
Come.
Not I.
Job chapter 38, verse 18 again. Hast thou perceived the breadth of the earth? Declare if thou knowest it all.
Have you seen all the earth? Have you traveled the whole earth that you can measure it? What do you know? How far have you gone on the earth? How far have I gone on the earth? I only seen that much of it. The earth is way bigger than we know. There's part of the earth that is cut off from access. It's amazing because in the scriptures, in the records, it tells about the ends of the earth and how there's mountains made of something different that we never saw. When the sun come out the gates or the portals, where the end of heaven and earth meets. So if it was a globe, what would be its end? It would have no end. But so many testimonies talks about the ends of the earth. Read.
Where is the way where light dwelleth? And as for darkness, where is the place thereof? That thou shouldest take it to the bound thereof, and that thou shouldest know the paths to the house thereof. Knowest thou it, because thou wast then born, or because the number of thy days is great? Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow?
This is not just to Job, this is to NASA. Read.
Hast thou entered into the treasures of the snow, or hast thou seen the treasures of the hail? Verse 23, which I have reserved against the time of trouble.
We're going to read that All these are spirits. They're spirits we're reading about. Yes.
I was reading earlier, like, it amazed me that even lightning and thunder have a purpose in their spirits. Like that had amazed me.
Yep.
With verse 23, which I have reserved against the time of trouble, against the day of battle and war. By what way is the light parted, which scattereth the east wind upon the earth? Who have divided a water course for the overflowing of waters, or a way for the lightning of thunder? To cause it to rain on the earth, where no man is, on the wilderness, wherein there is no man, to satisfy the desolate and waste ground, and to cause the bud of the tender herb to spring forth. Have the rain a father, or who have begotten the drops of dew, out of whose womb came the ice, and the hoary frost of heaven, who have gendered it? The waters are hid as with a stone, and the face of the deep is frozen. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion?
Now, they will say that's a planet, but as we read last week, this is a constellation of stars. Read.
Canst thou bring forth Mazaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that abundance of waters may cover thee?
So it's saying that they have the ability to hear and follow commandments. All this creation. What was that? What was that? I got something. It says Orion, right? H3685. Kilsil, somehow you say it in the Hebrew. Any notable constellation, okay? Especially Orion, as if a blurry one, constellation. So it's not this one angel, okay? It's a constellation of them. Read.
Verse 35.
We're going to read why I call the stars angels.
Verse 35. Canst thou send lightnings, that they may go, and say unto thee,
and when I say that, because we're going to read that these angels or these stars were created for times and seasons and feasts. So the constellation that you see, it changes during the course of each season. Right now, if it's summertime, you see the Big Dipper, Little Dipper, they'd be, let's say, over here. What's coming next? Fall, right? In the fall, this constellation would be over here. Mm-hmm. In the winter, it'd be here. In the spring, it'd be there. They are follow commandments of God, yes.
Yep. Their position and change. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because as we're reading this, for as long as so-called man could look at the stars and track the stars, and they say the sun is this weight, and the moon is this weight, and this star is this weight, but yet the constellations have always been, unless the Most High changed it in the Scripture, mm-hmm. they've always been oriented the same. Whether they, their positions do change, but it's like a cycle. It's like perfect. It mm-hmm. doesn't change. But if this all came from chaos and Big Bang and all that, what would keep them all in the same position?
Order.
Right. That order is not mm-hmm. by chance.
Yep, because they will still be back because of gravity doing their chaotic course. Yeah. Let's get it.
Verse 36. Who have put wisdom in the inward parts, or who have given understanding to the heart? Who can number the clouds in wisdom, or who can stay the bottles of heaven? When the dust groweth into hardness, and the clods cleave fast together, wilt thou hunt the prey for the lion, or fill the appetite of the young lions? When they couch in their dens, and abide in the covert to lie in wait, who provideth for the raven his food, when his young ones cry unto God? They wander for lack of meat. Knowest thou the time when the wild goats of the rock bring forth? Or canst thou mark when the hinds do calve? Canst thou number the months that they fulfill? Or knowest thou the time when they bring forth? They bow themselves, they bring forth their young ones. They cast out their sorrows. Their young ones are in good liking. They grow up with corn. They go forth and return not unto them. Who have sent out the wild ass free?
Now, We're going to read to you, right, that all this is a new thing. We're going to read you that in the time of Adam and Eve, okay, in the time of Adam and Eve, in the Garden of Eden, the beasts ate herbs like Adam. After Adam sinned, then he changed it and he started inviting them for food. We don't cover that, but let's get that.
Verse 5, Job chapter 39. Who have sent out the wild ass free? Or who have loosed the bands of the wild ass? Whose house I have made the wilderness, and the barren land his dwelling. He scorneth the multitude of the city, neither regardeth he the crying of the driver. The range of the mountains is his pasture, and he searcheth after every green thing. Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee, or abide by thy crib? Canst thou bind the unicorn with his band in the furrow, or will he harrow the valleys after thee? Wilt thou trust him, because his strength is great, or wilt thou leave thy labor to him? And I know most time when we hear like unicorn, people think of that magical little creature but it's not. It's of the like the rhinoceros, the unicorn, the bicornus, or the unicorn with the two.
So can you tame him to work for you? Have you ever seen a farmer using a rhinoceros to plow his land? Yes, brother.
You never seen one in the circus either.
Great point. That's what Most High is. That's what Most High is bringing out. Right? So you never see one in the circus either. Let's get it.
Says, wilt thou trust him because his strength is great, or wilt thou leave thy labor to him? Wilt thou believe him that he will bring home thy seed and gather it into thy barn?
And to this day, we have not seen that. Read.
Gavest thou the goodly wings unto the peacocks, or wings and feathers unto the ostrich, which leaveth her eggs in the earth, and warmest them in dust, and forgetteth that the foot may crush them, or that the wild beast may break them. She is hardened against her young ones, as though they were not hers. Her labor is in vain without fear, because God hath deprived her of wisdom, neither hath he imparted to her understanding. What time she lifteth up herself on high, she scorneth the horse and his rider. Hast thou given the horse strength? Hast thou clothed his neck with thunder?
Now check this out. Again, I said everything that the Most High created, he left the testimony and the witness. Listen to the heart of the courage of the horse. Read.
Hast thou given the horse strength? Hast thou clothed his neck with thunder? Canst thou make him afraid as a grasshopper? The glory of his nostrils is terrible. He paweth in the valley, and rejoiceth in his strength. He goeth on to meet the armed men.
When they fought ancient wars, have you, even on TV, have you seen a horse afraid of men with a sword? Read.
He mocketh at fear, and is not affrighted, neither turneth he back from the sword. The quiver rattleth against him, the glittering spear and the shield. He swalloweth the ground with fierceness and rage, neither believeth he that it is the sound of the trumpet. He saith among the trumpets, Ha ha, and he smelleth the battle afar off, the thunder of the captains and the shouting. Do the hawk fly by thy wisdom, and stretch her wings toward the south? Do the eagle mount up at thy command, and make her nest on high? She dwelleth and abideth on the rock, upon the crag of the rock, and the strong place. From thence she seeketh the prey, and her eyes behold afar off. Her young ones also suck up blood, and where the slain are, there is she.
None of this have Job considered. So Most High is saying, look at my creation. Who commanded them their course? The eagle. He gave the habitation to the eagle, made the eagle have eyes so they can see their prey from afar off. Farther than any other species. So he's breaking it down. This is my creation. Everything they're doing is because I commanded them to. This is the course that I set. This didn't happen by chance. Yes.
And even where it says like where the slain are, there is she.
Bird
like,
of prey.
Yeah, because in eagles, they do hunt from come down and do that, but they also go and scavenge. Like if they see others with something, they'll go and take from them wherever it's like something already dead of itself.
Now let's I'm saying. Let's get it.
I was gonna say, and that's what was so interesting when I saw them turkey vultures in the street, because that was probably my first time I could recall seeing them in person. Like they're like different from the wild turkeys, but they were literally sitting in the street eating that roadkill. Like they operated completely different from a wild turkey. They were just sitting there tearing that roadkill up, and that's what they like literally eat. Like they're not scavenging the grass or nothing. They're going for that dead. And it was crazy how they just their whole operation was different.
But their whole, not only operation, but their creation, they have the structure and the formation of a bird of prey.
Yeah.
So when someone says, and remember we did a taco sale years ago, and a lady texted me that eating turkey was wrong because it says a turkey, a vulture. No, that's just the turkey vulture in name. It's not talking about and its kind. This is a bird of prey. The turkey we eat is not a bird of prey. Okay?
Job chapter 40, verses 1 through 9. Moreover, Ahayah answered Job and said, shall he that contendeth with the Almighty instruct him? He that reproveth God, let him answer it. Then Job answered the Most High and said, behold, I am vile. What shall I answer thee? I will lay my hand upon my mouth.
I will shut up. That's what Nazareth should have did a long time ago.
Once have I spoken, but I will not answer. Yea, twice, but I will proceed no further. Then answered the Most High unto Job out of the whirlwind, and said, gird up thy loins now like a man. I will demand of thee, and declare thou unto me. Wilt thou also disannul my judgment? Wilt thou condemn me, that thou mayest be righteous? Hast thou an arm like God, or canst thou thunder with the voice like him?
Let's get to the beginning of creation.
Genesis chapter 1.
So let's see what the Most High says about the beginning of creation. Okay? And compare it to what science say.
Genesis chapter 1 to chapter 2, verse 3. When everyone's there. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness.
So darkness was first. He drew light out of darkness. He parted the light from the darkness, said, let there be what?
Let there be light. And he divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning was the first day.
This is why at evening time, the day changes. Night, darkness was first.
Yep.
Evening, and then what? Morning. I said, even in the world, the day starts at night. They don't start the day, even in the world, when the sun rises. They say it starts at 12. The Most High says when the sun sets.
Yep.
Read.
Verse 6. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters.
Let there be a firmament. Let's get firmament. What scripture is that? Genesis?
Yep. Chapter 1 verse 6.
875:49. Rakia. Properly in expanse, that is the firmament, or apparently visible arc of the sky. What's an arc? Like the rainbow that reflects off the arc of the sky, the firmament. The rainbow is reflection, and it's showing you the shape of the firmament. Okay? If there was no firmament, there'd be no rainbow. The light is reflecting. I can show you pictures of bombs they have shot up at the firmament, and you can see the light reflecting off of the firmament. Let me see if I can find those.
It's like they tell but don't tell. Like it says an arc. If it wasn't an arc, if it was a fully around, it would be a oval or something, or a circle.
No,
arc is a
they're
semicircle.
saying that it just continually goes out into space. Like there's nothing there that would reflect. Because
yeah, I was just speaking of like being a globe, like being in a globe.
Kind.
So if the firmament would have to be
a circle
around, not an arc. An arc is
Exactly.
a semicircle. So that gives a confirmation that it's flat on something flat.
And bring out the little thing that you shake.
Oh, like exactly like a I forgot a snow globe.
Snow globe.
Like the snow globe, and it's flat at the bottom with the firmament with the arc above it.
Exactly.
And all the conditions and everything is in the inside.
This is called, I think it's spritz. It's called something. But you can see the top that the light is reflecting off of. You see it? Off the firmament.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. Let's see. Here's the rainbow that I took from my vehicle, showing the arc. Reflection of the firmament, off of the firmament. Let me see.
Come.
See that? Yeah. Reflecting off of the firmament.
Come.
And there's the sun within the clouds. Not, what, 93 million miles away?
Mm-hmm.
Right there?
Come. Like the man with
Like the plane.
Yep.
Let me see. Let's get it.
Come. Back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 6. And it reads, "And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day."
So the firmament divides the waters from above from the waters below, which is why we see what?
Blue sky.
A blue sky. See?
God.
Read.
And God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called he seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth.
Read that again.
Con. Verse 11, Genesis chapter 1. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the
herb yielding seed, meaning that it will be able to reproduce.
Con.
So if we're eating anything without seed, it is not of God. It's not what we created in the beginning. So is it food? Should we eat it? Read.
The herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass, and the herb yielding seed after his kind.
So today, we see evidence of this. Everything God created from the beginning is doing the exact same thing. The grass, if you let it grow, it bears seed. And it spreads out and seed your yard. This is why sometimes I let my grass grow tall and then I cut it for it can bear the same seed and have the same grass. Everything the Most High is talking about is still in operation today. Now, according to what they were saying in the video, why was grass formed? Why is there grass? Why are there trees bearing fruit with seed in itself? It is somehow knew that it needed to reproduce. See? There's no evidence of what they're talking about. It's foolishness. But everything that our God say he created, he left a testimony and a witness for us to see. Every plant does what? People have allergies during this time of the new beginning of the year, so-called spring, because the earth is doing what it's commanded to do. The pollen and the seeds are spreading. They're doing what God commanded them to do. They're flying in the air and they land on the ground. It rains, it plants, and they grow. Read.
Verse 12. And the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed after his kind.
After his kind.
And the tree yielding fruit, whose seed was in itself, after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
So this is good. Ordained by the Most High. Again, anything without seed of itself is a creation of the devils. They did this in Noah's day. They spliced plants, made their own creation, and it had the same effect on mankind that it is having on us. I say if the birds and the insects won't mess with it, we shouldn't mess with it either. They know this is not a creation of God. They don't mess with them. They call them GMOs, genetically modified organisms, not the creation of God. Read.
And the evening and the morning were the third day. Verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night.
Where?
Lights in the firmament of the heaven.
In or outside?
In the firmament.
So within the firmament are the lights. These angels are not outside of the firmament, but they are inside. Read.
Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years.
So we're going to read about some angels that disobeyed the Most High, transform themselves into men and beasts and creepy things and reproduce. And everything that they entered became giants, giant creatures. The world called them dinosaurs. And as far as the mankind that was created from them, called them Nephilim.
God.
But we're going to see that the spirits in their children, the Most High said will be left on earth and will be called evil spirits. And they could not return or go to heaven. So if a spirit cannot go outside of the firmament, how can man or man's creation? Earth has become the prison for Satan and the third angels and for these evil spirits. So again, if an invisible angel who is more powerful than man cannot go outside of the firmament, what man has created any instrument or vehicle that did this great thing that they can take pictures and show us what's outside of the firmament? No man has. And they admitted that they haven't. It was all a lie.
God.
The sun, the moon, and the stars are angels within the firmament. Yes, sister. Behind.
Just curious. So the dinosaurs themselves weren't considered Nephilim creatures?
Can't hear you.
They weren't considered Nephilim creatures? What are creations outside of, like you said, those that the mankind that came from them were Nephilim? So what were all the other creatures?
The Most High called the men Nephilim or giants.
Yeah, but everything else that was created by the angels was like.
The Most High calls them monsters and all kind of things they created.
Okay.
But man called Satan's creation, the devil's creation, dinosaurs, or from that bloodline.
Okay, because I always referred to them as Nephilim creatures, or all of it.
That's
like
but the giants.
Okay.
Yeah, but men called those Nephilim, and men called the animal creatures dinosaurs, and they gave them many names. But they transfer because the angel can turn himself into anything. But we're gonna read that though, okay? And then we're gonna see the curse that was put on the women, and that's where you get your so-called mermaid from. Yes, or sirenes.
I had a question concerning when you say that the firmament is reflecting off the water when it's blue. So when it's gray, what is that reflecting off of when the sky is gray?
When the sky is gray?
Yeah.
What? Look at it right now. When does it turn gray? What happens? They're covering what? They're covering the who? And the what? And the what? The sun. So, you gotta say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and also you had to think of the dew and everything that's in the sky at the time. But it covers the sun, like you're saying.
Yeah. Also, like he's saying, you can consider all the stuff that they spray up there.
Exactly.
All the particles and stuff that they use to cover the sun. Yes.
Real quick, that just brought something to my mind. It's funny when because we've all seen like the fog and stuff like that coming up. Why does it stop when it gets to a certain point and not just keep going up into outer space? Like we see physically from the ground, it'll come up like it quote unquote evaporate, but why would it stop and congeal into clouds and then come back down? Why would it not keep going up into outer space? You know what I mean?
And again, if there was no firmament, you really can smell stuff. Like for you to drive and you drive in the country and they fertilizing ground and it stink, you really wouldn't, it would have that strong stench because it would just continue to go up. You know? So all these evidences are still here. Right. Like I said, if steam or smoke or whatever, when it goes up, like right now in a plant, it goes up and formulates into what seemingly appears to be a cloud. If there was no firmament, like you said, it will continue to go into outer space. Yes.
And that kind of debunks the way that they said how was the sun formed from what helium and another gas. So if that was so, gas rises as well. So how would the sun ever even come in and out daily and stay in this spot if it was still a gas? If it's formed from gas, I don't understand that, but it just debunks itself.
Kind of. He catches the wise in their deceitfulness. Yes.
I was gonna say it would be drawn to something according to them with gravity, whatever is heavier than the sun that wasn't made yet. It would be drawn to that. How did it draw to itself? And it's supposed to be gravity, so there got to be something heavier out there according to what they saying.
But here's a more deeper thing. Where did all this stuff come from?
Yeah. This stuff. Yeah. Right.
Let's get it.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 15. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so.
Is it not doing what it was created for?
God.
Read.
And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night.
And they are the exact same size.
Con.
Read.
He made the stars also.
We're going to let the angels get more in detail, but the sun is a masculine spirit and the moon is a feminine spirit.
Con.
And the stars are angels. We're going to break all that down through this lesson.
Con.
It's not gases what the science say they are. Read.
And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that have life, and fowl that he may fly above the earth in the open firmament of heaven.
So we're going to read that the great whales, the sea monsters, was the first flesh that was created out of the waters. Everything, like you said, needed water. All creation, angels and men, come from water. The angels from the waters above, mankind from the waters above. Read.
Come. And God created great whales and every living creature that moveth.
I say that because before we had flesh, we were spirit.
Come.
All spirits was created from the waters above. Read.
Come. And every living creature that moveth, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And God saw that it was good.
So where did every creature come from? The waters.
Come.
Okay.
And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters in the seas.
Now understand this. Before there was grass, the seas was created. Before there was this, everything was created. Which we don't get. Let's get.
And let fowl multiply in the earth, and the evening and the morning were the fifth day. And God said, let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind.
Also understand, everything in its beginning, nothing came as a child. Adam didn't come as a child. Eve didn't come as a child. The beast didn't come as a calf or whatever. It came as an adult because they had to reproduce, and they needed a parent to teach them and to protect them or whatever on how to be the creature that they were created to be. And we're still seeing the same operations today. Okay? Read.
And God said, let the earth bring forth living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing, and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so.
Now I said what I said because everything has a spirit. Creatures and everything has a spirit. So I said everything was created from the waters above. And what part I didn't say is also from the waters below. But the origin comes from the waters above. Every creature has a spirit.
Come.
Read.
And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind.
And I'm going to say this. Every creature that God created know him.
Yeah.
They have the orientation to know that they have a creator. Every creature does. The trees, the grass, everything is not what you think it is. It's all spirit.
Yep. Come.
Read.
And God saw that it was good. And God said, let us make man in our image. And
let us make who?
Man in our image.
Okay.
And after our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them. And God said unto them, be fruitful, and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth.
So when you look at this, everything was created for who? For Adam and his children. This is why everything was created. Everything was created to minister to the Most High's image. Everything. Like I said before, this is to me the first expression of real love. The Most High furnished his earth for his son, with everything his son would need before he created his son. Everything. He even gave him a wife. So my sisters, as we say all the time, you were created for your husband. Your husband was not created for you. Everything on earth was created for the image of God. This is like one preparing, like you have a son, right? This is how it's supposed to go. The father is supposed to leave his son an inheritance. So everything his son needs, he has. Then he seeketh a wife for him. This is the natural order. But truthfully, the children were not created to take care of their parents. That came through sin. But the Most High, who is our Father, showed us the natural order. No, the Father is supposed to provide everything for his son. Teach him how to do these things and this and that. As we're going to see when we read with the angels talking, they're going to show that I said Adam wasn't like us. He saw and talked with the angels. They taught him how to till and do things. He gave him helpers, instructing his son. Let's get it.
Verse 29. And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree.
Let me add to what I just said. Man was created to be what? Immortal. So in what sense was Adam's children supposed to take care of their father and their mother? When I say it came through sin, why? Because now you get sick and old and die. Mm-hmm. But if we're immortal, there's no reason. Like, what animal do you see doing that? The parents take care of the child, then they go off and start their own lineage, but they're not taking care. You know what I'm saying? Now you have like elephants. You know, they're a special creature. They take care of the older ones. But that's not the origin of creation. The origin of creation was immortality. So if my father and mother never get sick, you know, what am I taking care of besides my family?
Be no need.
You know, read.
And God said, verse 29, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat.
Now hold on. To my vegans and my vegetarians, don't skip this scripture now. Let me read it.
Mm-hmm.
Verse 28, you said that?
29.
And God said, Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it should be for meat. Here's the part though. And to every beast of the earth. And to every beast of the earth, because they wouldn't eat meat either. Okay? And every fowl of the air. And every creep and everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. I heard y'all say that. Y'all always bring up Adam, but not the creatures. Everything. You see? Let's get it again. He says, and Ahayah said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in that which the fruit of a which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it should be for meat, and not this you, Adam, but every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein there is life. I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. I'm gonna set that right there. Let that. I want that to sink in for y'all. When y'all try to go back to Adam and say that now you have a better diet than what God commanded after Adam sinned.
Right.
When Adam sinned, he was kicked out of the garden. He changed the whole nature of everything.
Yep. Gone.
We're gonna read that throughout our true history and the testimony of our God. Everything. Animals it was one big family. They wouldn't eat each other. None of them. He said, every green herb that's bearing seed is for everything he created. Yeah. That's why it says in paradise, in the kingdom, the lion will eat straw or grass like the who? The ox. Going back into its natural order. God. There would be no wild beasts. There would be no such thing of the wild kingdom anymore. Animals would not be for prey. Men will have peace with beasts, and beasts will have peace with beasts. We'll be one big family. Watch when we read in the scriptures, when it show you that every animal and creature and creepy thing spoke with one lip, one tongue, with Adam and Eve. When Adam sinned, he closed their mouths. They talked with each other in the language of Hebrew.
God.
Let's get it.
Verse 31. And God saw everything that he made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them.
All the angels are the hosts of them that was created in heaven. And all and mankind and the cattle and the beasts and the fowls and the creepy things were finished under the firmament. Read.
And on the seventh day.
On the what day?
On the seventh day.
On the seventh day.
God ended his work which he had made.
He finished his work which he hath made, and he did what?
And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made.
And he did what?
And Ahayah blessed the seventh day.
And he blessed the seventh day.
And sanctified it.
And sanctified it. Set it apart from all other days. It is holier than any other day.
Come.
We're going to read that. This specific day, the seventh day, according to the Most High God, is more holier than any other day on earth and in heaven. Read.
And Ahayah blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work.
So it's deeper than this a day we worship God. We're going to read that the angels in the Most High God was doing the Sabbath before he even let it be known to men to keep Sabbath. This is his day. No man can change this. As written, they would think to change times and laws, but their wisdom is foolishness. Their thoughts are vain. Read.
Because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
So everything that we see, even ourselves, as marvelously as we are created, we can't deny the fact that we have an intelligent. We can't even put in words his mind. Like I said, look at yourself. One thing we're going to also show in this lesson according to the word of God, and which no man outside the counsel of God can say. Now, if what we watched earlier was true, what caused these creatures that was created by whatever theory they come up, the experts, so-called experts come up with, to die? Why would they die? They should just continually evolve.
God.
What caused every creature to die? Especially that highly intelligent one that they said had to be more smarter than every other, what do they call it? Primate.
Mm-hmm.
What caused them to die? Now, Sister Sheba had brought up about the appreciation of art and music. If we came, as scientists say, why do we feel shame? We're naked. Would you go outside running around with no clothes on? Why?
Because I know I'm naked.
Because you know you're naked. You have inherent shame. So if we came how they say, where did the shame come from? The animals don't have shame.
Right.
God left a witness to everything he said.
Con.
Today we still feel which came from the sin of our original parents. Read.
Con. Next precept, 2nd Ezra chapter 6.
Shabbat Shalom to everybody that sent Shabbat Shalom in the chat.
Verses 38 through 56.
Get that.
Before we go there, I want to read to you Isaiah chapter 11, verses 6 through 9, just to back up what Elder brought out. And it reads, "The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb."
The who?
The wolf also shall dwell with the lamb.
Who are enemies right now, to dwell with the lamb, as in the beginning. Read.
Isaiah 11, verse 6 through 9. "And the leopard shall lie down with the kid,
with the goat,
and the calf and the young lion and the fatling together, and a little child shall lead them.
And a little child shall have dominion over them." This as in the beginning. Read.
"And the cow and the bear shall feed."
And the who?
The cow and the bear shall feed.
If a bear sees a cow right now, what's going on?
It's going to feed on it.
Right. If a leopard see a goat, what are you going to do?
Tear it up.
Tear it up. Read.
"And the cow and the bear shall feed, or like graze. Their young ones shall lie down together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox."
The who?
The lion shall eat straw like the ox.
The lion should eat straw like the ox. The lion should eat grass like the ox. Every herb bearing seed I have given to you, Adam, in all my creation. Even in the sea.
God.
Read.
"And the suckling child shall play on the hole of the asp."
There be no, asp is a venomous snake. There be no more venomous snakes.
God.
Nothing to harm the image of God or his children. Read.
"And the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice's den."
A cockatrice is also what?
A venomous snake.
A venomous snake.
A viper, cobras.
Mm-hmm.
"They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain."
In his kingdom, his holy kingdom, no beast shall hurt anything ever again. Read.
"For the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Ahayah, as the waters cover the sea."
See? Not just mankind, but every living thing. They have knowledge of him right now, but he had commanded them to eat, to be prey and predator. But he's going to take that away from them.
Come.
And restore it back to how it was in the beginning. Next precept.
2 Ezra chapter 6, verses 38 through 56. When everyone's there. Verse 38, 2 Ezra chapter 6. And I said, O Ahayah, thou spakest from the beginning of the creation, even the first day, and saidest thus, let heaven and earth be made, and thy word was a perfect work. And then was the Spirit, and darkness and silence were on every side.
The who?
And then was the Spirit.
The Spirit. Of who?
And darkness and silence were on every side. The sound of man's voice was not yet formed. Then commandest thou a fair light to come forth of thy treasures.
So if you command something, it has ears, or ability to hear. Darkness and light are spirits.
Yep.
A creation that man cannot comprehend. Read.
Upon the second day thou madest the spirit of the firmament.
The firmament is also a who?
Spirit.
So how you go through a spirit that is commanded to keep what's outside, outside, and inside, inside. The Most High has given it 12 gates or doors. The only thing that is permitted to go through is who the Most High said can come through. The angels of God come through the firmament every day and night. And the firmament is also guarded by angels. Every gate is guarded by angels. And at the command of the Most High, it opens according to the Most High's command, not anything else. If that was not so, Satan and his minions would have been up in heaven. They cannot return. NASA. See, NASA knows these things. They just told you a lie because they want to alienate you from God, to make you feel like you are an insignificant creation, that you have no accountability to your Creator, that you can live your life how you want to. That's not so, my people. That's a lie. We have a Creator. He has left us with commandments and how we should live according to Him. But Satan don't want you to understand that. He wants you to forget that you have a Creator, or don't believe that you have a Creator, when your eyes show you that you are a created thing and everything else has a Creator. Read.
Verse 41. Upon the second day thou madest the spirit of the firmament, and commandest it to part asunder.
See, each precept we get into is giving us more information. Genesis said he made the firmament. Now Ezra is bringing out more, saying he made the spirit of the firmament. See? Read.
And commandest it to part asunder.
So, to command, it must have the ability to hear. And have knowledge of its Creator. It's living. It's a spirit. I told you there's many shapes, fashion, and form of spirits and angels. Right?
And to make a division betwixt the waters.
So a spirit ain't just like what the word taught us as it's a ghost. No. There's many types of spirits. Read.
And to make a division betwixt the waters, that the one part might go up and the other remain beneath. Upon the third day thou didst command that the waters should be gathered in the seventh part of the earth. 6 parts hast thou dried up and kept them, to the intent that of these some, being planted of God until might serve thee. For as soon as thy word went forth, the work was made. For immediately there was great and innumerable fruit, and many and diverse pleasures for the taste, and flowers of unchangeable color, and odors of wonderful smell. And this was done the third day.
So if This all came by how science say, what's the necessity of this? What are these beautiful flowers and trees with seed-bearing fruit for? How they get here? And why? There's no premise outside of the Word of God. All this started in space, and also they show us in the video. It's actually true. This would not be here. The evidence of the Most High will not be here. Read.
Verse 45.
Not only are the flowers beautiful, they have a sweet. They have a roar or a odor. What you call it?
Or aroma.
Aroma. Winnie came over to the house not too long ago. The wife had got some flowers planted by the door. She said, "It smell good." She liked the smell of flowers, the look in the smell of flowers. A baby appreciating what we're reading. Why? If we came according to science. Innocent child appreciating the beauty and the aroma of this flower. Let God's word be true. And science is a liar. Let's go.
Verse 45. Upon the fourth day, thou commandest that the sun should shine, and the moon give her light.
See, he commanded the sun, so it's showing again the sun and the moon are being commanded. They're not these gases that don't have no knowledge of nothing. They just happen to be in the right place at the right space so the earth don't burn up or get too cold. It happen to be like that. Well, here's the thing. We're going to read that a day to the Most High is as 1,000 years. What day did he make the sun and the moon?
Fourth.
So for 3,999 years, there was no sun. But there was light and darkness. Yes. Yeah, someone say? Oh, let's get it.
Verse 45. And upon the fourth day thou commandest that the sun should shine, and the moon give her light.
So understand this, right? I was reading something. Go ahead, read.
And the stars should be in order, and gave us them.
Who?
And the stars should be in order.
In order, as we was talking about earlier. So the stars should be in the position that he commanded them to be in. To serve as he commanded. Read.
46.
So Adam would know when to plant, when to harvest. You see? Read.
And gave us them a charge to do service unto man.
To who?
Gave us them a charge to do service unto man.
To minister or to do service unto man. That's why they were created. Read.
That was to be made. Upon the fifth day thou saidest unto the seventh part where the waters were gathered, that it should bring forth living creatures, fowls and fishes. And so it came to pass. For the dumb water.
So where do creatures come from on earth? The waters. Read.
Verse 48. For the dumb water and without life brought forth living things at the commandment of God, that all people might praise thy wondrous works. Then didst thou ordain two living creatures, the one thou calledest Enoch, and the other Leviathan, and didst separate the one from the other, from the seventh part, namely, where the water was gathered together, might not hold them both. Unto Enoch thou gavest one part, which was dried up, the third day, that he should dwell in the same part wherein are 1,000 hills, but unto Leviathan.
And those who may not understand this is where you get your King Kong and your Godzilla from. Okay? Where will Godzilla always be in? In the water. They just going off what the scriptures say. Making movies concerning what he said in his creation.
And Salakia for that as well, because I was confirming the words, so some of them be different, but it's because in the book of Enoch it says the Behemoth and the Leviathan,
Mm-hmm.
but up in this one it's
Enoch.
confusing. It's trying to say Enoch,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So Salakia, it's the Behemoth and the other Leviathan.
Mm-hmm. At different times they call them by different. It's the same creature.
Come. In verse 51, unto Behemoth thou gavest one part which was dried up the third day, that he should dwell therein, where are 1,000 hills. But unto Leviathan thou gavest the seventh and moist part, and hast kept him therein, that he devour which and whom thou wilt. Verse 53, upon the sixth day thou gavest commandment unto the earth, that before thee it should bring forth beasts, cattle, and creeping things, and after these Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, has set over all that thou hast made. Of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Ahayah, because thou madest the world for our sakes, and for the other people which also come of Adam. Thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like spittle, and hast likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
It's a drop that falleth from a vessel, and they are who are teaching us these lies. They hate our God. Next precept.
Sirach chapter 17, verses 1 through 14. Sirach or Ecclesiastes chapter 17, verses 1 through 14. When everyone's there. Verse 17, chapter 17, verse 1. The Most High created man of the earth and turned him into it again. He gave them few days and a short time, and power also over things therein. He endued them with strength by themselves, and made them according to his image, and put the fear of man upon all flesh, and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls. They received the use of the 5 operations of the Most High, and in the 6th place he imparted them understanding.
So, according to the video we watched, this all happened by, a strike of luck. It just somehow knew it needed to understand and be intelligent. Like, if we came how they said, why do we see? Why do we hear? Why do we feel? Read. He gave men what?
In the 6th place he imparted them understanding.
Understanding.
And in the 7th speech, an interpreter of the cogitations thereof, counsel and a tongue, and eyes and ears.
We're able to contemplate, to consider, to reflect with understanding, to learn from experiences. Read.
Counsel and a tongue and eyes, ears, and a heart gave he them to understand. Withal he filled them with the knowledge of understanding, and showed them good and evil. He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might show them the greatness of his works. He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts.
So
forever.
he gave man these attributes, right? Heart for understanding, eyes to see, to perceive, ears to hear. All these things, right? So that we can do what? Look at his creation and him. And as the angels did, praise him, marvel at him, glorify him. Read.
Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding and showed them good and evil. He set his eye upon their hearts, that he might show them the greatness of his works. He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever.
He gave us to glory in his marvelous acts. How often have we this glory at his marvelous acts? Make you just think about them. Read.
He gave them to glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding. And the elect shall praise his holy name. Beside this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for inheritance. He made an everlasting covenant with them.
He gave them the law of life for inheritance to pass down to our children. The way of life. He gave us a culture according to him that we should live and pass down to our children. Read.
He made an everlasting covenant with them and showed them his judgments. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said unto them,
talking about Israel now. We heard his glorious verse from the mount when he came down and established his covenant with the children of Israel. Gave us his law, statutes, and judgments. Read. And his name.
And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness.
Beware of all unrighteousness. Do not break my commandments. Do not sin. Read.
And he gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor.
On how we should treat our brothers and sisters and our neighbors. Next precept.
The book of Jubilees, chapter 2, verse 1.
I got it. We're going to get a little more deeper in creation now. We're going to the book of Jubilees that the Most High gave to Moses when he was on the mount for 40 days and 40 nights. Come when everyone's there.
Jubilees chapter 2.
13. And the angel of presence spake to Moses according to the word of Ahayah, saying, write the complete history. What was the title of that video?
The creation.
The complete history of our existence.
Human evolution, the complete story of our existence.
They said the complete story of
our existence.
Our existence. Now let's get the truth. According to the Most High. The angel of the presence spake to Moses according to the word of Ahayah, saying, write the complete history of creation, how in 6 days Ahayah finished all his works and all that he created, and kept Sabbath on the 7th day and hallowed it for all ages. See, the Most High kept Sabbath in heaven with his holy angels, some of them, and appointed it as a sign for all his works. For on the first day he created the heavens which are above, and the earth and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him. And it says, the angels, see, the spirits and the angels of the presence, and the angels of sanctification, and the angels of the spirit of fire, and the angels of the spirit of the winds. I told y'all, all things are spirits. And the angels of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of hoarfrost, and the angels of the voices, and of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the angels of the spirits of cold, and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the spirits of his creatures which are in the heavens and on the earth. Read that part again. And he created the angels of all spirits of his creatures which are in the heavens and on the earth. Everything has a spirit. He created the abysses and the darkness, eventide and night, and the light, dawn and day, which he have prepared in the knowledge of his heart. He didn't get counsel from no one else. And thereupon we saw his works. And thereupon we saw his works and praised him. Remember in Job it says when the morning stars did what? They sang and rejoiced in heaven and praised him and lauded before him on account of all his works. For 7 great works did he create on the first day. And on the second day he created the firmament in the midst of the waters. And the waters were divided on that day. Half of them went up above and half of them went down below the firmament that was in the midst over the face of the whole earth. And this was the only work God created on the second day. And on the third day he commanded the waters to pass from off the face of the whole earth into one place, and the dry land to appear. And the waters did so as he commanded them. And they retired from off the face of the earth into one place outside of this firmament. And the dry land appeared. And on that day he created for them all the seas according to their separate gathering places. You see how the Most High don't call them oceans? Seas, lakes, rivers. And on that day he created for them all the seas according to their separate gathering places, and all the rivers, and the gatherings of the waters in the mountains, and on all the earth, and all the lakes, and all the dew of the earth, and the seed which is sown, and all the sprouting things. So I said earlier that the seeds were created before they was what? Before they were sprouted up. On what day? The third day. It says, and the seed which is sown in all the sprouting things, and the fruit-bearing trees, and trees of the wood, and the garden of Eden, in Eden, and all plants after their kind. These 4 great works God created on the third day. And on the fourth day he created the sun and the moon. I'm supposed to stop somewhere?
Yeah, at 1. At the second
Get it. I'm gone.
I was just gonna wait till you stop.
Oh. Yeah.
Because we was gonna get it anyway.
Okay.
2 Peter chapter 3 verse 8. Hold where you are. Make it 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with Ahayah as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
We'll get that again in this reading, but we're going to show that this is not 6 literal days. This is a period like as into 6,000 years, right? Where am I at?
He created the sun.
8.
Stars, yep.
For 4 great works, verse 8. For 4 great works God created. I started there. These 4 great works God created on the third day, and on the fourth day he created the sun and the moon and the stars. So it's showing us who created these creatures, right? And why? And set them in the firmament of the heaven. So again, they're confirming that the sun, the moon, and the stars are within, underneath the firmament, not outside of this invisible arch. And set them in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon all the earth, and to rule over the day and the night, and divide the heaven, the light from the darkness. And Ahayah appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, and for Sabbaths, and for months, and for feasts, and for years, and for Sabbaths of years, and for jubilees, and for all seasons of the years, so they know their commandments. They're not just balls of gases. They were created with the purpose of God in mind for man. And it divided the light from the darkness, and for prosperity, that all things may prosper which sprout and grow on the earth. We see this evidence in the springtime. And it divided the light from the darkness, and I read that. These three kinds he made on the fourth day. And on the fifth day he created great sea monsters in the depths of the waters. For these were the first things of flesh that were created by his hands, the fish and everything that moves in the waters. These were the first creations of flesh. The fish and everything that moves in the waters, everything that flieth, the birds and all their kind. And the sun rose above them to prosper them. And above everything that was on the earth, everything that shoots out on the earth, and all fruit-bearing trees, and all flesh. These three kinds he created on the fifth day. And on the sixth day he created all the animals of the earth, and all the cattle, and everything that moved on the earth. And after all this he created man. A man and a woman he created he them, and gave him dominion over all that is upon the earth. So let me read that again. He gave Adam dominion over. Wait a minute. He them, and gave him dominion over all that is upon the earth and in the seas, and over everything that flieth, and over beasts, and over cattle, and over everything that move on the earth, and over the whole earth, and over all this he gave him dominion. Everything was created for Adam. And these four kinds he created on the sixth day. And there were altogether 22 kinds. And he finished all his work on the sixth day. All that is in the heavens and on the earth, and in the seas, and in the abysses, and in the light, and in the darkness, and in everything. And he gave us a great sign. He gave the angels a great sign. The Sabbath day, that we should work 6 days, but keep Sabbath on the seventh day from all work. And all the angels of the presence, and all the angels of sanctification, these two great classes, he hath bidden us to keep Sabbath with him in heaven and on earth. So the sun, moon, and stars, they don't keep Sabbath. They continue working. But these two great classes, before any man celebrate the Sabbath, the Most High and these angels kept and keep Sabbath. So again, how can man change this? Sabbath started in heaven, not on earth. And he said unto us, behold, I will separate unto myself a people from among all the peoples, and these should keep Sabbath day, keep the Sabbath day, and I will sanctify them unto myself as my people, and will bless them, as I have sanctified the Sabbath day, and do sanctify it unto myself. Even so I will bless them, and they should be my people, and I will be their God. And I have chosen the seed of Jacob from among all that I have seen, and have written him down as my firstborn son, and have sanctified him unto myself forever and ever. How far I'm going? And I will teach them the Sabbath day, that they may keep Sabbath their own from all work. And thus he created therein a sign in accordance in which they should keep Sabbath with us on the seventh day, to eat and to drink and to bless him, who have created all things, as he has blessed and sanctified unto himself a peculiar people above all peoples. And they should keep Sabbath together with us. And he caused his command to ascend as a sweet savor acceptable before him all the days. There were 22 heads of mankind from Adam to Jacob, and 22 kinds of work were made until the seventh day. This is blessed and holy. And the former also is blessed and holy. And this one serves with that one for sanctification and blessings. And to this Jacob and his seed, it was granted that they should always be the blessed and holy ones of the first testimony and law, even as he has sanctified and blessed the Sabbath day on the seventh day. He created heaven and earth and everything that he created in 6 days. And God made the seventh day holy for all his works. Therefore he commanded on its behalf that whoever does any work thereon should die, and that he who defile it should surely die. Wherefore do thou command the children of Israel to observe this day, that they may keep it holy, and not do their own any work, and not to defile it, as it is holier than all other days. And whoever profane it shall surely die, and whoever does thereon any work shall surely die eternally. That the children of Israel may observe this day throughout their generations, and not be rooted out of the land. For it is a holy day and a blessed day. And everyone who observes it and keeps Sabbath thereon from all his work will be holy and blessed throughout all days like unto us. Declare and say to the children of Israel the law of this day, both that they should keep Sabbath their own, and that they should not forsake it in the error of their hearts, and that it is not lawful to do any work thereon which is unseemly, to do their own pleasure, and that they should not prepare their own anything to be eaten or drunk, that it is not lawful to draw water, or bring in or take out their own through their gates any burden, which they have not prepared for themselves on the sixth day in their dwellings. And they should not bring, they shall not bring, I read that.
No, that's right.
And they should not bring in nor take out from house to house on that day. For that day is more holy and blessed than any Jubilee day of the Jubilees. On this we kept Sabbath in the heavens before it was made known to any flesh to keep Sabbath there on the earth. And the Creator of all things blessed it. But he did not sanctify all people and nations to keep Sabbath thereon, but Israel alone. Them alone he permitted to eat and drink and to keep Sabbath there on the earth. And the Creator of all things, no, I keep saying the Creator of all things, blessed this day, which he had created for blessing and holiness and glory above all days. This law and testimony was given to the children of Israel as a law forever until their generations. And that goes against what every pastor I've heard speak concerning the Sabbath. This is why they don't want us to read our records, people. It dispels their lies and their doctrine. By reading that, how can I sit here and say that the Sabbath could be any day that I choose to worship God or to remember God or praise God? It exposes me as a blatant liar. How far I'm going?
18.
And on the 6 days of the second week we brought, according to the word of God, unto Adam all the beasts and all the cattle, and all the birds, and everything that move on the earth. See that? They brought everything to Adam. According to their kinds and according to their types, the beasts on the first day, the cattle on the second day, the birds on the third day, and all that which move on the earth on the fourth day, and that which moves in the waters on the fifth day. And Adam named them all by their respective names, and as he called them, so was their name. And on the fifth day, and of these 5 days Adam saw all these, male and female, according to every kind that was on the earth. But he was alone and found no helpmeet for him. And Ahayah said unto us, it is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a helpmeet for him. That's the part Satan has destroyed. Women think that they are the so-called prize. That's not according to the Most High. Everything was created for men. So if that's how the Most High see it, that's how we have to see it. And Ahayah said to us, it is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a helpmeet for him. And Ahayah, our God, caused a deep sleep to fall upon him. And he slept. And he took for the woman one rib from amongst his ribs, and this rib was the origin of the woman. I thought we came from the woman, according to these conscious people. Right? And this rib was the origin of the woman, from amongst his ribs. And he built upon the flesh in its stead, and built the woman. And he awaked Adam out of his sleep. And on awakening, he rose on the 6th day, and he brought her to him. And he knew his wife. Let me read that again. First thing Adam did. And he knew his wife, because she was taken from her husband. This made them husband and wife. Now, my people, we're not Adam and Eve. Adam is not under the authority of no other government. Adam don't have to write a diary. Everything belongs to Adam. Adam did not have to follow that. Adam has everything to give. See? Everything was already provided for Adam. The Most High even gave him a wife. They consummated their marriage. This is the first marriage. We cannot do as Adam did. We're not in the same state or government. Okay? Therefore, should man and wife be one? Can two walk together except they be in agreement? So if the husband and wife are not in agreement, they are not one flesh, but two. She should be called my wife, because she was taken from her husband. Therefore should a man and wife be one and one flesh. For in the first week was Adam created. Above, 1 minute. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and cleave unto his wife, and they should be one flesh. In the first week was Adam created, and the rib his wife. In the second week he showed her unto him. Now you see the difference? Before, the angel was saying they was bringing things to Adam. Now they saying God is bringing his wife, his creation, to Adam. He's in the garden. He's dealing with his son. This is the origin of creation. The Most High did not create man to be separate from him. They're not saying we. They brought the beast, everything in the waters, on the earth, everything to Adam. But now he says he brought her. And who are they married before? Him. Adam can see his father and the angels. It says, and for this reason the commandment was given to keep. Now here's the part. So your sisters, when y'all with our child, this is why it is what it is. Where I'm at? All right. In the first week was Adam created in the rib, his wife. In the second week, he showed her unto him. And for this reason, the commandment was given to keep in their defilement. For a male, 7 days, and for a female, twice 7 days, so 14 days. And after Adam had completed 40 days in the land where he had been created, we brought him into the Garden of Eden to till and to keep it. But his wife they brought in on the 80th day, right? And after this, she entered into the Garden of Eden. You could not go in defiled, right? For this reason, the commandment is written on the heavenly tablets in regards to her that gives birth. If she bears a male, she shall remain in her uncleanness 7 days according to
The first week of days.
the first week of days. And 33 days shall she remain in the blood of her purifying. So that's 40 days, right? And she should not touch any hallowed thing, nor enter into the sanctuary until she accomplish these days which are adjoined in the case of a male child. Okay? But in the case of a female child, she shall remain in her uncleanness 2 weeks of days, according to the first 2 weeks, and 66 days in the blood of her purification, and they will be in all 80 days. And when she has completed these 80 days, we brought her into the Garden of Eden, for it is holier than all the earth besides. And every tree that is planted in it is holy. Therefore, there was ordained regarding her who bears a male or a female child the statutes of those days, that she should touch no hallowed thing, nor enter into the sanctuary until these days for the male or female child are accomplished. This is the law and testimony which was written down for Israel, in order that they should observe it all the days. And in the first week of the first Jubilee, Adam and his wife were in the Garden of Eden for 7 years, tilling and keeping it. This is not for my sisters here, but for my sisters who think they ain't supposed to work. Right? Adam was in the garden with his wife, tilling the earth. Okay? No, nowadays, these modern day women, they supposed to sit around this look pretty. Get their feet up, shout, right? Not saying nothing about no sister in the church. This is what the world's going through right now. Y'all know better. Where I'm at?
15, or under 15. Second line.
And in the first week of the first Jubilee, Adam and his wife were in the Garden of Eden for 7 years, tilling and keeping it. And we gave him work, and we instructed him to do everything that is suitable for tillage. And he tilled the garden, and was naked, and knew it not, and was not ashamed. And he protected the garden from the birds and beasts and cattle, and gathered its fruit and ate, and put aside the residue for himself and for his wife, and put aside that which was being kept. And after the completion of 7 years, which he had completed there, 7 years exactly, and in the second month, on the 17th day of the month, the serpent came and approached the woman, and the serpent said to the woman, have God commanded, saying, you should not eat of every tree of the garden? And she said to it, of all the fruit of the trees of the garden God has said unto us, eat. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said to us, ye should not eat thereof, neither should ye touch it, lest ye die. So not only did I miss something?
No, that's it.
Not only were they not permitted to eat it, but not even to touch it. And the serpent said unto...
We're coming back.
Okay.
3rd Baruch, chapter 4, verses 8 through 17. 3rd Baruch, chapter 4, verses 8 through 17.
So we're gonna see who planted this tree and why the Most High said don't touch it or eat from it. Where we at?
3rd Baruch, chapter 4.
Also, how the Most High used anything that Satan tried to use to destroy us and turn it into a blessing. 8, it says,
Yep.
3rd Baruch out of the Apocrypha says, and I said, I pray thee, show me which is the tree which led Adam astray. And the angel said to me, it is the vine which the angel Samuel planted, whereat Ahayah was angry, and he cursed him and his plant, while also on this account he did not permit Adam to touch it. And therefore the devil, being envious, deceived him through his vine. And Baruch said, since also the vine has been the cause of such great evil, and is under judgment of the curse of God, and was the destruction of the first created, how is it now so useful? So it's showing that it's still here. Right? We're going to show you who planted it again under the commandment of God. It's not an apple, people. Okay? So,
page 536 in the book right there that you got.
Yeah, the Most High did not create with all these so-called drugs and stuff, these hallucinating drugs. I say it comes from this original plant. Satan used his plant and created many more by splicing it. He taught the devils about plants and the splicing the plants, creating all these things that could harm mankind.
It's page 536. That's where we at now.
You there? So Baruch is showing that it's still here, and they know that it's here. It's not a mystery. But it said, how is it so useful now? If this was the plant that led Adam astray into his destruction and our death. That's not it. And the angel said, thou actst aright. When God caused the deluge upon the earth and destroyed all flesh, and check this out, and 490,000 giants. Right, they did some reproducing. And the water rose 15 cubits above the highest mountain. Then the waters entered into paradise and destroyed every flower, but it removed wholly without the bonds the sprout of the vine and cast it outside. And when the earth appeared out of the water and Noah came out of the ark, he began to plant of the plants which he found. But he found also the shoot of the vine. And he took it and was reasoning in himself, what then is this? And I came and spake unto him the things concerning it. And he said, should I plant it, or what should I do? Since Adam was destroyed because of it, let me not also meet with the anger of God because of it. And saying these things, he prayed that God would reveal to him what he should do concerning it. And when he had completed the prayer, which lasted 40 days, and having besought many things and wept, he said, Ahayah, I entreat thee to reveal to me what shall I do concerning this plant. But Ahayah said, but God, he said, what?
Sent. Sent his angel.
Oh, but God sent his angel some Rasael, and said to him, arise, Noah, and plant the shoot of the vine. For this, says Ahayah, Thus says Ahayah, its bitterness shall be changed into sweetness, and its curse shall become a blessing, and that which is produced from it shall become the blood of God. And as through it, it says, and through it, the human race obtained condemnation. So again, through Messiah, will they receive in him the upward calling. So y'all look puzzled. What do we use during communion? What did the Messiah use? The blood of the grape. The blood of God is the blood of the grape. That's what I'm saying. So Satan uses it to destroy. The Most High will use this to give life. So the Messiah with his disciples, he used the blood of the grape. So it has a good purpose, but also is evil. It's a tree of good and evil. So he said, so the bitterness I will add sweetness, and it won't be for curse, but be for blessing through my son. But it will still have this, Go ahead.
That got me thinking. It sounds like kryptonite, like how they say it for Superman. It has a dual purpose. It could be used for evil, or it's just, I don't know.
Okay.
It just came up.
Yeah. And through Yasha, they receive in him. Wait a minute.
16. Mm-hmm.
Okay, in him, the race of
the upward calling.
Oh, the upward calling, and they enter into paradise. Know therefore, O Baruch, that as Adam through this very tree obtained condemnation and was divested from the glory of God, so also the men who now drink insatiably the wine which is begotten of it, transgress worse than Adam, and are far from the glory of God, and are surrendering themselves to the eternal fire. For no good comes through it, for those who drink it to survive. So I said, do these things, neither does a brother pity his brother, nor a father his son, nor children their parents, but from the drinking of the wine come all evils, such as murders, adulteries, fornications, perjuries, thefts, and such like. And nothing good is established by it if you drink it not in moderation. Okay? So you see, it was not an apple, but of the vine.
Back to Jubilees chapter 3, verse 19.
Yes, sister.
This one right there too, bro.
So everything that was created apart from the tree that Satan planted was of the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
So the tree that Satan created, he made it.
He made it.
So I'm puzzled at the fact that Satan had the ability to create anything.
What you mean?
Like, because
Satan,
everything,
they
because
create.
a lot of things that's of Satan is already a product of the things that the most is like.
So he
ripping
has
off of what
to
Most High
use
already made.
a creation of the Most High to create
So
anything.
the Most High's creation. Create his own.
Look at all the technology that they have now. They use his creation to
Okay,
create.
I'm thinking it's purely. That's why.
No, yes. We're gonna get into the splicing of plants.
I was going to say that. Is that like the hybrid? Why the Most High said we can't use anything hybrid because that's how he created it from something that the Most High created.
That's what he's been doing. That's the origin of. That's why we're not supposed to have mixed things and spliced things and mixed animals. This is all what Satan. He used his creations to make creations, contrary to what God created. Yes.
And from the last reading, when it says Noah came off the boat and they found the plants, everything that was destroyed, it was evil, but obviously it had a good purpose before. That's why it was not wholly destroyed, and he explained the good for it, the good that it would be used for the blood, and not just what led Adam astray.
It's like he said he catches the wise in their craftiness. So what Satan would use against you, he would use on your behalf. Yes. All three, Papa. Yeah. So he would take, it's the same way, like for example, in another sense. Remember, what's the brother that was trying to get milk, Mordecai. You know how he had built the gallows to kill him, and how he used it to kill him. So he would use what Satan created to destroy what his purpose. So since you use this, I'm gonna use this, and you created death from it. I'm gonna create life with it. I'm gonna establish my covenant with this blood of this grape. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah.
So we had Jubilees chapter 3, verse 19.
Okay. It says, and the serpent said to the woman, "Ye should not surely die, for God do know that on the day ye should eat thereof, your eyes should be open, and ye should be as gods, and ye should know good and evil. And the woman saw the tree, that it was agreeable and pleasant to the eye, and that its fruit was good for food. And she took thereof and ate. And when she had first covered her shame with fig leaves, she gave thereof to Adam, and he ate. And his eyes were open." So his eyes were already, he could see, but something changed. And he saw that he was covered. He says, and he saw that he was naked. And he took fig leaves and sewed them together and made an apron for himself and covered his shame. And God cursed the serpent and was wroth with it forever. And he said unto her, I will he was wroth with the woman, because she hearkened to the voice of the serpent and did eat. And he said unto her, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy pains. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy return shall be unto thy husband, and he will rule over thee. And to Adam also he said, because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree of which I command thee not, that thou should not eat thereof. Cursed be the ground for thy sake. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat thy bread in the sweat of thy face. See, it wasn't supposed to work how we working now. Till thou returnest to the earth from which thou wast taken. For earth thou art, and to earth shalt thou return. And he made them coats of skin, the Most High made them coats of skin, and clothed them, and sent them forth from the Garden of Eden. And on that day on which Adam went forth from the garden, he offered a sweet savor in offering, frankincense. How say that? Galbanum and stach, and spices in the morning with the rising of the sun from the day when he covered his shame. And on that day was closed the mouth of all beasts. Read that again. And on that day was closed the mouth of all beasts, and of cattle, and of bird, and whatever walks, and of whatever moves, so that they could no longer speak, for they had all spoken one with another with one lip and with one tongue. See? It changed everything from Adam's sins. That's why I've been saying that it was not a strange thing for Eve to talk and listen to a beast or a serpent. They always was able to communicate.
Right. Come on.
And I said they have showed us this in cartoons. Yes, sister.
So prior to sin, we know that Eve was in all things were subjection to Adam. But I don't get why after sin, the Most High felt the need to tell Eve, you are in subjection to your husband as a part of the curse. What was that about?
It's a thing. how can I put this? When Adam and Eve, the time frames that we're reading, right? Who did Adam rely on? Who did Eve rely on? The Most High. So all things came from the Most High. So until this generation, women had to rely on their husbands for everything. Right? Now Satan has made women more prosperous than men. But Adam always had dominion over his woman. He said he would rule over you. So with that came sin. And in this ruling over her, it's not all in righteousness. You see what I'm saying? So men would treat women contrary. Like, for example, when Eve sinned, in her testimony, she tried to get Adam to destroy her. Adam said, how can I destroy bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh? Is that how men see women now? You get what I'm saying? It'd be a difference between the love and respect that Adam had for his wife than his children would have for theirs. Okay? If they were ruled differently than how Adam ruled. See? The Most High ruled the angels, but is he dogmatic towards them? But he is God of all gods. But his rulership is different than Satan's rulership. You see what I'm saying? And how man rule the world is different than how the Most High will rule it and how Christ will rule it. You get what I'm saying? They rule in righteousness. Adam will rule in righteousness. Now men don't rule in righteousness. They rule in unrighteousness. And whatever comes with that, like they would abuse their wives. They would do all these things. Adam said, how can I harm the bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh? It's a whole different psyche that's going on. It's not this, who's ahead, who's the authority, but it's what comes with it. It's the same thing that God told Samuel to tell the children of, I think it was Samuel, the children of Israel. Was this not? Yeah, Samuel, the children of Israel, who wanted a king. Yeah. Oh, you want a king and not me? Mm-hmm. This was the king. I'm going to give you a king, and this is how he's going to rule you. You see what I'm saying? When I ruled, it was this. But you want this, you can have at it. So that's what came with that. Okay? Yes.
And it says, "And thy return shall be unto thy husband, and he will rule over thee." So return is like profit. It will be unto thy husband. And then where he gives it to Adam, also speaking Adam working, eating the bread in the sweat of his face is work. So you return to your husband as like the Most High isn't providing solely for them anymore. The husband has to work hard. You return your husband for the work and everything like how he has to work. So that's the profit is returning to your husband, even though he already had dominion over his wife, but he has to work extra more hard that they never worked before.
In the sweat of his face. Like I said, and throughout generations, the only job a wife really had outside of a household was being a prostitute. Seriously. So this is the first time that women have really, outside the household, had so-called, made some money on their own, and see how it has ruined the household. The occupation had destroyed the household because now y'all only, not women, think that, like, for example, when I was talking to somebody 2 days ago about this. See, the modern day women today think that the role of a provider is just financially, but it's not. That's not a husband being a provider is not just financially, right? And going back into how a husband would treat his wife, a husband has to provide the necessities, like emotionally, to his wife. You're providing, like, you was created for man. So you're supposed to cater to your husband. But to provide, a husband who loves his wife like his own body, you can't just think about yourself, right? So as I was explaining to someone about this, it says, love your wife as your own body. So if your wife is has an issue with something, or she's emotionally in a state or whatever, it's like a husband would. If I start getting symptoms of a cold, I'm going to do the things to take away my cold. So just as my wife, if she has issues or whatever, it's my duty to see what's wrong and see how can I relieve that from her. That's also being a provider. You know what I mean? Not just financially, but the emotional needs or whatever, spiritual needs, all these things a husband has to provide for his wife and for his children. So but the world don't understand. They think it's about providing. So that's why when women get a job, they say they don't need a man. But a man is not this for financial what's the word? Gain. So it's deeper than that. You know, a husband for be a teacher, all kind of things. It's not this financially. That wasn't, like Adam was instructed to teach his wife, to nourish his wife. Like a husband, and that's the thing, people don't think that husbands are nurturers. They say women are nurturers. They are, but husband is too. But the husband just have a greater balance. There's a firmness that most women don't have the capacity of, and then there's a nurturing part of man. Like my son right now, I come into bed, I'm gonna nurture him. I'm not always firm with my son, but I nurture him too. You know, it's different than how women do. Y'all just, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But it started from the man. So anyway, yeah. But let's go. 29. He sent out of the Garden of Eden all flesh that was in the Garden of Eden. So now everything changed, right? And all flesh was scattered according to its kind and according to its types unto the places which had been created for them. And to Adam alone did he give the wherewithal to cover his shame. I said, he left us not with a witness. We still today has this from our Father. We will not walk outside nude, right? Some of us. Where am I at?
Slide off to 30.
And all the beasts and cattle. On this account, it is prescribed on the heavenly tablets as touching all those who know the judgment of the Lord, that they should cover their shame and should not uncover themselves as the Gentiles uncover themselves. Now, is that still going on today? Yeah. And on the new moon, on the fourth month, Adam and his wife went forth from the Garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Eldah, in the land of their creation. And Adam called the name of his wife Eve, and they had no son till the first Jubilee, and after this he knew her. Now he tilled, how far I'm going?
Chapter 5:32.
Now he tilled the land as he had been instructed in the Garden of Eden, complaining because he had, wait a minute.
Chapter 4. Chapter 4, no, it's down there.
Oh, okay. Okay. And in the third week, in the second Jubilee, she gave birth to Cain. And in the fourth, she gave birth to Abel. And in the fifth, she gave birth to her daughter, Awan. And in the first year of the third Jubilee, Cain slew Abel because God accepted the sacrifice of Abel and did not accept the offering of Cain. And he slew him in the field, and his blood cried from the ground to heaven, complaining because he had slain him. And we're going to see, give us an example of why the Most High did not accept Cain's sacrifice, I think. And Ahayah reproved Cain because of Abel, because he had slain him, and he had made him a fugitive on the earth because of the blood of his brother. And he cursed him upon the earth. And on this account, it is written on the heavenly tablet. Now I'm going to say this because there's a contrariness to how Cain was killed. But I'm going to go with this one because it's in harmony to the law. Okay? It says that Cain, Tubal killed, was it? Cain? Cain? Yeah, Tubal Cain killed, but this in harmony with the law. it says on heavy tables, cursed is he who smites his neighbor treacherously. And let all who have seen and heard say, so be it. And the man who has seen and not declared it, let him be accursed as the other. And for this reason, we announce when we come before Ahayah our God, all the sin which is committed in heaven. See that? So it says, if we see sin and don't tell it, curse is that one as the one that commits sin. He said, on this behalf, we tell the Most High when there's sin in heaven. Where am I at?
Above 6. That's right.
All the sin which is committed in heaven and on earth, and in light and in darkness, and everywhere. And Adam and his wife mourned for Abel 4 weeks of years. And in the 4th year, on the 5th week, they became joyful. And Adam knew his wife again. And she bare him a son, and he called his name Seth. For he said, Ahayah has raised up a second seed unto us on the earth instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. And in the 6th week he begat his daughter Azarah. And Cain took Awan, his sister, to be his wife. And she bare him Enoch at the close of the 4th Jubilee. This is not the Enoch, the righteous scribe. And in the 1st year of the 1st week of the 5th Jubilee, houses were built on the earth. And Cain built a city and called it its name after the name of his son Enoch. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she bare him yet 9 sons. And in the 5th week of the 5th Jubilee, Seth took Azorah, his sister, to be his wife. And in the 4th year of the 6th week, she bare him Enos. And he began to call on the name of Ahayah on the earth. And in the 3rd year of the 5th week, and he called. I skipped something. He began to call on the name of God on the earth. And in the 7th Jubilee, in the 3rd week, Enos took Naam, his sister, to be his wife, and she bare him a son in the 3rd year of the 5th Jubilee, right?
5th week.
Of the 5th week, and he called his name Kenan. And at the close of the 8th Jubilee, Canaan took Ma'elith, Maliah, I said Me'alith, his sister, to be his wife, and she bare him a son in the 9th Jubilee in the 1st week in the 3rd year of this week. And he called his name Mahalalel. And in the 2nd week of the 10th Jubilee, Mahalalel took unto him the wife Dinah, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother, and she bare him a son in the 3rd week in the 6th year. So we're saying through the course of time, the earth started to really populate. And he called his name Jared. And in his days, the angels of Ahayah descended on the earth. Those are the names. No,
the watchers. Who are named the watchers?
Those who are named the watchers, that they should instruct the children of men. So the watchers were to instruct the children of men. So it's showing also back this time there was still an interaction between man and angels. And they should do judgment and righteousness on the earth. And the 11th Jubilee, Jared took to himself a wife, and her name was Baraka, the daughter of Razjel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in the 4th week of this Jubilee, she bare him a son in the 5th week, and in the 4th year of the Jubilee, and he called his name Enoch. And he was the first among men that are born on the earth who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months. And he was the first to write a testimony, and he testified to the sons of men among the generations of the earth. and recounted the weeks of the Jubilees, and made known to them the days of the years, and set in order the months, and recounted the Sabbaths of the years, as we made them known to him. And what was and what will be, he saw in a vision of his sleep, and it will happen to the children of men throughout their generations to the day of judgment. He saw and understood everything, and wrote his testimony, and placed the testimony on earth for all the children of men, and for their generations. And on the 12th Jubilee in the 7th week thereof, he took to himself a wife, and her name was Ahayah, the daughter of Daniel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in the 6th year, in this week, she bare him a son, and he called his name Methuselah. And he was moreover with the angels of God and he was moreover with the angels of God 6 jubilees of years, and they show him everything which is on the earth and in the heavens, the rule of the sun, and he wrote down everything. And he testified to the watchers who have sinned with the daughters of men, for these have begun to unite themselves, so as to be defiled with the daughters of men. And Enoch testified against them all. And he was taken from amongst the children of men, and we conducted him into the Garden of Eden in majesty and honor. And behold, there he writes down the condemnation and judgment of the world, and all the wickedness of the children of men. And on account of it, God brought the waters of the flood upon all the land of Eden. For there he was set as a sign, and that he should testify against all the children of men, that he should recount all the deeds of the generations until the day of condemnation. And he burnt the incense of the sanctuary, even sweet spices acceptable before Ahayah on the mount. For Ahayah has 4 places on the earth: the Garden of Eden, the Mount of the East, and this mountain on which thou art this day, Mount Sinai and Mount Zion, which will be sanctified in the new creation for sanctification of the earth. Through it will the earth be sanctified from all its guilt and its uncleanness throughout all the generations in the world. We're going to show that what Christianity teach is not of truth. They teach that we go to heaven. The Bible does not teach we go to heaven. It's talking about the restoration of a new earth and a new heavens. It says, and in the 14th Jubilee, Methuselah took into himself a wife. I read that, right? Oh,
that's it.
Ahayah, the daughter of Azrael, the daughter of his father's brother, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year of this week, and he begat a son and called his name Lamech. And in the 15th Jubilee, in the 3rd week, Lamech took to himself a wife, and her name was Betanus, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in this week she bore him a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, this one will comfort me from my troubles and all my works, and from the ground which Ahayah has cursed. And at the close of the 19th Jubilee, in the 7th week, in the 6th year thereof, Adam died, and all his sons buried him in the land of his creation. And he was the first to be buried in the earth. And he lacked 70 years of the 1,000 years. For 1,000 years are as one day in the testimony of the heavens, and therefore was it written concerning the tree of knowledge, on the day that ye eat thereof ye should die. For this reason he did not complete the years of this day, for he died during it. At the close of the Jubilee, Cain was killed after him in the same year, for his house fell upon him, and he died in the midst of his house. And he was killed by its stones. This is why I say what I say. For with a stone he was killed. For with a stone he killed Abel. He had killed Abel. And by a stone was he killed in the righteous judgment. For this reason it is ordained on the heavenly tablets, with the instrument which a man kills his neighbor, with the same shall he be killed, after the manner that he wounded him. And I say that because a bow and arrow, an arrow is not a stone. In the law it says, you live by the sword, you'll die by the sword. That's the law, so that makes more sense, and it's in harmony with the law. With what instrument man kills, he will be killed. And with the instrument which a man kills his neighbor, with the same shall he be killed, after the manner that he wounded him. In like manner shall they deal with him. And the 25th Jubilee, Noah took to himself a wife, and her name was Amzara, the daughter of Rachiel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the first year in the 5th week. And in the 3rd year thereof she bore him Shem. In the 5th year thereof, so Shem get the blessings of the firstborn. In the 5th year thereof she bore him Ham, and in the 1st year in the 6th week she bore him Japheth. How far I'm going?
32, the whole thing.
Okay. And it came to pass when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them. So here we go. Now doing the creation, but we're going to deal with what the world knows as giants and dinosaurs, but also the set of people who believed that these were the children of Cain that had multiplied women and had giants. I don't know how to get that, but they don't believe that these were angels. But all the testimonies say these are angels. And it came to pass when the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the angels of God saw them of a certain year of this Jubilee, and they were beautiful to look upon. And they took themselves wives of all whom they chose, and they bare unto them sons, and they were giants. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its ways, alike men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walked upon on the earth. All of them corrupted their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other. And lawlessness increased on the earth, and every imagination of the thought of all men was thus evil continually. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupted, and all flesh had corrupted its order, and all that was on the earth had worked all manners of evil before his eyes. And he said that he would destroy men and all flesh upon the face of the earth, which he had created. But Noah found grace before the eyes of the Most High, and against which he have and against the angels whom he had sent upon the earth, he was exceedingly wroth, and he gave commandment which he had he gave commandment to root them out of all their dominion. He bade us to bind them in the depths of the earth, and behold, they are bound in the midst of them, and are kept separate. And against their sons went forth a command from before his face, that they should be smitten with the sword, and be removed from under heaven. And he said, my spirit should not always abide with men, for they also are flesh, and their days shall be 120 years. And he sent his sword into the midst of each, that each should slay his neighbor. And they began to slay each other till they all fell by the sword, and were destroyed from the earth. And their fathers were witnesses of their destruction. And after this they were bound in the depths of the earth forever, until the day of the great condemnation, when judgment is executed on all those who have corrupted their ways and have worked before the Most High. And he destroyed all from their places, and there was not left one of them whom he judged not according to all their wickedness. And he made for all his works a new and righteous nature, so that they should not sin in their whole nature forever, but shall be all righteous, each in his kind always. And the judgment of all is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets in righteousness, even the judgment of all who depart from the path which is ordained for them to walk in. And if they walk not therein, judgment is written down for every creature and for every kind. And there is nothing in heaven or on earth or in light or in darkness or in Sheol or in the depths or in the place of darkness which is not judged. And all their judgments are ordained and written and engraved. In regard to all he will judge, the great according to his greatness, and the small according to his smallness, and each according to his way. And he is not one who will regard the person of any, nor is he one who will receive gifts. If he say that he will execute judgment on each, if one gives anything that is on the earth, he will not regard the gifts or the person of any, nor read that? No. Nor accept anything at the hands, for he is a righteous judge, and he will forgive all the children, and he will. Right there. And of the children of Israel, it has been written and ordained that if they turn to him in righteousness, he'll forgive all their transgressions and pardon all their sins. It is written and ordained that he will show mercy to all who turn from all their guilt once each year. And as for all those who had corrupted their ways and their thoughts before the flood, no man's person was accepted save that of Noah alone. For this person was accepted in behalf of his sons, whom God saved from the waters of the flood on his account. For his heart was righteous in all his ways, according as it was commanded regarding him. And he had not departed from aught that was ordained for him. And Ahayah said that he would destroy everything which was upon the earth, both men and cattle, and the Most High, and the beasts and fowls of the air, and that which moved on the earth. And he commanded Noah to make an ark, that he might save himself from the waters of the flood. And Noah made the ark in all respects as he commanded him. And in the 27th jubilee of years, in the 5th week, in the 5th year, on the new moon, on the first month of the first month, he entered the 6th year thereof. And in the 2nd month, on the new moon of the 2nd month, till the 16th, and he entered, and all that went, and all that we brought to him into the ark, and Ahayah closed it from without on the 17th evening. And Ahayah opened 7 floodgates of heaven, and the mouth of the fountains of the great deep, 7 miles in number. And the floodgates began to pour down water from the heavens 40 days and 40 nights. And the fountains of the deep also sent up waters, until the whole earth was full of water. That's why I'm saying that the snowball, we call that thing?
Snow globe.
The snow globe is an example of the earth being flooded.
26.
And the waters increased upon the earth. 15 cubits did the waters rise above all the high mountains. And the ark was lifted up above the earth, and it moved upon the face of the earth. And the waters prevailed on the face of the earth 5 months, 150 days. New moon in the
28, 29.
And the ark went and rested on the top of the bar, on the mountains of Arioch. And on the new moon in the 5th month, on the 4th month of the fountains of the great deep were closed, and the floodgates of the heavens were restrained. And on the new moon on the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. So we seen that the water from the firmament above came down, and also underneath the seas, he gushed out water, and from above and from below. In all these different seasons, this occurred. And on the new moon on the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen. And on the new moon of the 1st month, the earth became visible, and the waters disappeared from above the earth in the 5th week, in the 7th year thereof. And on the 17th day in the 2nd month, the earth was dry. And on the 27th thereof, he opened the ark, and set forth from it beasts and cattle and birds and every moving thing. And there's evidence of this today. So everything the Most High did, he left his testimony, even evidence.
Enoch chapter 6. The book of Enoch chapter 6. Page 191 in the pseudepigrapha.
Some greens over there? Some greens? Oh, cabbages? Yeah, slightly over there.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So we're going to get a little more history about these fallen angels.
Enoch The book of Enoch, chapter 6, verse 1. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said one to another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Samjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then swear they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations. And these are the names of their leaders. Samiah is their leader. Arakaba, Ramil, Kokabel, Tamil, Ramiel, Daniel, Ezekiel, Barakiel, Asiel, Amaros, Bataro, Anayo, Zakiel, Samsapil, Satarel, Teril, Jomjael, and Sariel. These are the chiefs of tens. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one. And they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men.
You know, when they read this also, you know, like years after this, it's showing that the same demon technology, like I recall reading in the Old Testament about how they made potions to keep women barren, so that they would have children. So all this is demon technology that coming from the splicing of plants. They're creating all these potions and stuff and these drugs from this demon technology, the knowledge of the demons. Right? Right.
And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish.
They began to sin not only with women, but with what?
Birds and beasts and reptiles.
Birds and beasts and reptiles. And these are what the world called dinosaurs.
And fish. And to devour one another's flesh. And drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth, and the art of working them, and bracelets and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids.
Stop there for a minute. The beautifying the eyelids, right? Let me see something. This one is jacked up right here. I'm gonna read this, right? This one are out of order right here. Okay. Page is missing, like, for real. I don't know. I'm trying to get the Simeon, I think. Let me see. Reuben Simeon second. Let's see. Go ahead. I can't. It's all over the place. Go ahead. Okay.
And the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all coloring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray and became corrupt in all their ways. Semjaza taught enchantments, and root cutting. Amaros, the resolving of enchantments. Barachiel taught astrology. Kokabel, the constellations. Ezekiel, the knowledge of the clouds. Arachiel, the signs of the earth. Shamsael, the signs of the sun. And Sariel, the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. And then Mikael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said one to another, the earth made without inhabitant cries the voice of their cryings up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men make their suit, saying, bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages. And thy name holy and glorious, and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou. And all things are naked and open in thy sight. And thou seest all these things. And thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel have done, who taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were preserved in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Semjaza, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins.
Now, I want y'all to understand that everything that these demons taught mankind was against mankind. They taught them nothing for our benefit. It was all against mankind. It taught them the knowledge of the clouds, taught them how to manipulate the weather and use this as a weapon. Like they have done this even in modern times, where they have used the weather in war, where they made it like this rain for days, so that the soldiers could not travel. And this was in Vietnam or something, I think it was. One of the wars where they used the rain. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So these angels taught them all these things which was against mankind. Like I said, they not teaching nothing or benefit. That's why all their creations that they give us is to destroy. Right? I want to go ahead, keep reading that. Yeah.
I was reading earlier also in the book of Enoch of those angels who came and was teaching men things. This is another thing that angels taught mankind. And it says, and the fifth was named Kasdeja. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smitings of spirits and demons, and the smiting of the embryo in the womb. And that's like abortion, That's a wicked device.
I said they made portions and stuff to do that. Now, it says they taught them the beautifying the eyelids, right? Let me read out the testimony of Reuben, chapter 4, verse 1. Pay no heed, therefore, my children, to the beauty of women, nor set your mind on their affairs, but walk in singleness of heart in the fear of Ahayah, and expend labor on good works, and on the study and on your flocks, until I give you a wife, whom he will, that ye suffer not as I did. For until my father's death, I had not boldness to look in his face, right? Or to speak to any of my brethren, because of the reproach. Even until now, my conscience caused me anguish on account of my impiety. And yet my fathers comfort me much. And I pray for me and pray for me into Ahayah, that the anger of Ahayah might pass from me, even as Ahayah showed. right? It says, and thenceforth until now, I have been on my guard and sin not. Therefore, my children, I say unto you, observe all things whatsoever I command you, and ye should not sin. For a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication. For a pit unto the soul is the sin of fornication, separating it from God and bringing it near to idols, because it deceived the mind. It deceiveth the mind and understanding, and leadeth down young men into Hades before their time. For many have fornication destroyed, because though a man be old and noble, or rich or poor, he bringeth reproach upon himself with the sons of men, and derision with Belial. It says, for evil are women, my children, and since they have no power or strength over man, they use wiles by outward attractions. They use wiles by outward attractions. What do we see today? Him that, it says, that they may draw him to themselves. So women are not, even though they say they liberate, they showing their bodies as liberating them. That's not what the Most High said they're doing these things for. To draw men to sin. It says that they may draw him to themselves, and whom they cannot bewitch by outward attraction, him they overcome by craft or deceit. For moreover, concerning them, the angel of Ahayah told me and taught me that women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men. Read that again. The angel of Ahayah told me and taught me that women are overcome by the spirit of fornication more than men. And in their heart they plot against men. And by means of their adornment they deceive first their minds. And by the glance of the eyes instill the poison that look the women give you. And then through the accomplishment, by the accomplished act, they take them captive. For women cannot force a man openly, but by a harlot's bearing she beguiles him. Her provocative dressing. Flee therefore fornication, my children, and command your wives and your daughters that they adorn not their heads and faces to deceive the mind, because every woman who uses these wiles have been reserved for eternal punishment. For thus they allure the watchers who were before the flood. For as these continually beheld them, they lusted after them, and they conceived the act in their mind. For they changed themselves into the shape of men. Let me read that again. These angels, okay? For they changed themselves into the shape of men, and appeared to them when they were with their husbands. This is what's that word? Hypergamy, when women try to date higher status or whatever. It says, the women lusted in their minds after their form, gave birth to giants, for the watchers appeared to them as reaching even to heaven. Beware therefore of fornication, and if you wish to be pure in mind, guard your senses from every woman, and command the women likewise not to associate with men, that they also may be pure in mind. For constant meetings, even though the ungodly deeds be not worked, are to them an irremediable disease, and to us a destruction of Belial, and an eternal reproach. For in fornication there is neither understanding nor godliness, and all jealousy dwelleth in the lust thereof. Like it says, don't play with fire. Can one wake fiery coals to bosom, not yet get burned? So when it says the doing of the eyelids and all that outward attraction, they learned that from the fallen angels. And we see them doing it right now. Like right now, they you can't tell a woman from a man now because of this technology. They transfer themselves. Go ahead.
Just wanted to make another connection as well. In, Enoch chapter 69, where I read from before. So after it says, in the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, then it goes and says, and the smitings of the soul, the bites of the serpent. As we know, a few years ago, through the technology that they were trying to force people to do, that was one of the main ingredients. The venom of a serpent. So
changing the DNA.
Yeah. So it's like it's really nothing new under the sun, and they have the knowledge of these fallen angels, and they're using it how they're supposed to use it.
The same spirits are teaching different men.
The
same technologies. Right?
It's
all to destroy mankind. Next precept.
Back to the book of Enoch chapter 9. Verse 10. It says, and the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, 193. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying and making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on earth. And thou knowest all things before they come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them, and thou do not say, thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these. Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One spake, and sent Uriel, the son of Lamech, to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed. And a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world.
So Most High told him to Noah to hide himself. We spoke about this last week, I think, but you understand the climate of what's going on right now. These giants and these giant beasts, they are consuming mankind. There's much violence in the earth. Not only is there violence between man and man, but your life is in jeopardy because you can be walking outside and the giant bird come and swallow you up. Dinosaurs were consuming flesh. So this is what's going on right now. So the earth, the people are crying out to God, even though they're wicked. This reminds me of the time of Lot. Right? Even though their cry went into heaven, he still destroyed them. Even though all his wickedness going on, they also was doing wickedness. They were not keeping the commandments of God. So even though they prayed and cried to the Most High, he was about to destroy them all. The wicked even was vexed at the evil that was going up on the earth. Read.
And thou knowest all things, Salakia. And again, the Most High said to Raphael, bind Azazel hand and foot, and cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert, which is...
See, everything we read, it's in harmony. The answer that they bounded them in the earth. And they separated them. Go ahead.
And make an opening in the desert, which is in Dudael, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there forever.
And many say that this is the great pyramid that was not created with man's hands, that he's bound under this pyramid, that the angels made this, the jagged rocks, that they look at it and they understand how it was created. The technology is beyond the comprehension of men. Read. What was that? Giza? The great, yeah.
Yep. And cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire, and heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth.
So it's prophesying also the future after Noah, even to the end, the earth will be healed. Read.
That they may heal the plague and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin, and to Gabriel said the Most High, proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of fornication, and the children of the watchers from amongst men, and cause them to go forth. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have, and no request that they, their fathers, make of thee shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf. For they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And Ahayah said unto Mikael, go bind Simjaza and his associates who have united themselves with women, so as to have defiled themselves with them in all their uncleanness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison, in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations. And destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end. And let the plant of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy forevermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they beget thousands of children. And all the days of their youth and their old age shall they complete in peace.
So it's not prophesying men changing into angels and going to heaven, but eternal life on earth in paradise, in an earth that be filled like paradise. Let's get it.
Verse 18. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness.
Then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness.
And shall all be planted with trees and be full of blessing. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it.
So again, if the Christian church was not tricked to not read these records, how could they teach you die and you go to heaven? I mean, it's all right here. That's why they don't want you to read the book of Enoch. They say it's non-canonical. It goes against, debunks all their doctrine. Read.
And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it. And the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure of it shall bear 1,000. And each measure of olive shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness, and all the uncleanness that is wrought upon the earth, destroy from off the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration, and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send them upon it from generation to generation and forever.
And I'm going to stop here for a second, right? What this lesson entails or consists of, we started with creation, right? We started with the blasphemies of the so-called rulers to be. We showed through the word of God the truth about creation, that all things were created by the Heavenly Father, right? I said he has not done anything without leaving his testimony and witnesses. And also, with our own eyes, we can see this, right? Not only but creation, now we can see that this earth has been corrupted by outside forces. We're reading about the giants, we're reading about dinosaurs. All these things were left in the earth as a witness. The bones have been discovered. Everything we're reading, we're showing not only the creation, but also things that happened upon the earth. And now it's exposing the gods of the earth. These evil spirits, and we see that, as is written in the last book of the Bible, that these demons will be let loose and they will ramp up their attack on men. the evilness is at an all-time height as it was in this day. Messiah says, for his returning, as in the days of Noah, so should it come to the Son of Man be. This technology that they was using there against mankind, they use against mankind right now. It's hard to find real food. Like, why would you give us fake food? Like, whose spirit is in you to everything that you sell is poison to man? As I said earlier, all their technology is against mankind. They're trying to destroy mankind. As they was doing it in Noah's day, they're doing it right now. It's hard. I was talking to somebody who don't even know the truth. It's hard to find a watermelon with seeds. I said, I haven't eaten grapes in a long time because it's hard to find a grape with a seed in it. I love fruit. I don't really eat fruit a lot because I don't want to eat the stuff that got no seeds in it. Like I said, you're not getting none nutritious from this GMO. It looks like a pineapple, but it's not a pineapple. It's a grape. It's not a grape. It has nothing that a real grape has in it. So you're playing tricks on your mind, thinking that you're getting something, you're making little smoothies and everything, but you're not getting nothing from the smoothie, but poison. So we're showing that these same demons, the evil spirits that will exist until the consummation of time, has taught these men, this generation, these same tactics to destroy mankind. And the cries of this generation is going up to heaven. And Most High has set a day to destroy all wickedness and all those who call wickedness. Yes, sir.
Isn't that why we pray over the food? Like in the Bible, it says something to the effect that if we were to eat poison, that we will be protected.
Brother, listen to this way, okay? He said, the scripture said he gave us understanding, right? So things that we know, what wisdom is that? That's like you eat pork where it says, I'm going to pray poison, but you know pork is against the law. It's abomination. So we can't pray to eat pork. So why would you pray over something that's a GMO? He says seed of itself. Things you don't know, that's different. But you know, that's the thing you knowingly sinning or you knowingly doing something. What you praying about? That's not in harmony with our prayers. So I'm going to go get some grapes or a watermelon. I'm going to get a seedless watermelon. I'm going to pray over it. Why don't I just don't eat the watermelon?
Well, I'm thinking like if we eat fast food, in some instances we may think it's real beef or.
Brother, that's different. Understand the apples and oranges that you're comparing. Okay. You don't know what they got going on in the fast food restaurant. Okay. But you see seedless watermelon, you know that. Just that you see a pork baby back rib. Now I go get a hamburger. I'm assuming it's hamburger. I'm not going into I'm not calling corporate to ask them what is in their meat. You say it's beef, so I can only take it for your word. I can't. I'm not gonna break the meat down in a microscope and see. Can't do that. But I'm not gonna go get something that I know is abomination. That's what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
Chapter 11, Book of Enoch, chapter 11. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labor of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world and throughout all the generations of men.
Yeah, that's something too. Like, so this showing by the witnesses, and we discussed this. When we start reading these testimonies, you see that it was a lot of fruit-bearing trees. Now, he had trees for burning, for building, but it was a lot of fruit-bearing trees. So going back to what I'm saying, why aren't there a lot of fruit-bearing trees? Who took them away? See, in Noah's day, the giants were cutting down the trees. Who cut down the trees now? The same spirits, right? I was saying this to you, when we on Highway 2, you see 2 cows.
Yep.
That's it. From Indiana to Michigan, on our course, I see 2 cows. I was riding Friday, I seen like 5. I was like, man, it's 5 of them. I couldn't believe it. But okay, so I'm saying, where are the animals? So, but every day, They producing all this food, but where are the animals? You see? So, you're right. We eat these things with prayer, but we eating things that that we don't know. Yes, sister. Your hand up? Oh, things we don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm serious. I have not eaten Chinese food since 2011. I told my daughter, I said, she's broke my commandment, but you better not go no Chinese food. She probably still do. But anyway, because I know nothing to my, but it's like, I don't know what it is. I just knew in school, like I heard me say it before, that chicken was stratified. Striated. See? Thank you for the correction.
Yep.
But, and I got the chicken and the chicken and broccoli and the onions and stuff. I'm looking at the meat, it's smooth. I'm like, this ain't chicken. Like, I know I was taught that it was striated.
Yeah.
So I have not eaten Chinese food since then. The only food I've eaten from an Asian is, I had some yesterday. Some that hibachi, we call that hibachi, where they got some chicken and a steak. Kato's. But I'm seeing them cut it and the chicken is certified, as I said. You know, I'm watching them do this. So if this steak is glue, I don't know. But I'm assuming that it's beef because it look like beef, you know what I'm saying? And the chicken look like chicken. But outside that, I have not, in 13 years, whatever it's been, messed with none of that. Yes, you got your hand up again? Okay. Let's get it.
No, somebody had, he said, do we eat kosher? I just wanted to answer for him. Kosher, it's a ritualistic food for Jewish law, commanded by Jewish law. So we do follow the Most High's commandments of Leviticus chapter 11, and we eat clean according to the dietary law of the Most High.
Culture just means that the high priest from the Jewish religion prayed to their gods over their food, but it still is a clean meat that the Most High said eat. So we eat what the Most High said eat in Leviticus chapter 11. But, you know, because some priests, Jewish faith, prayed over it, don't make it, you know, right. Clean, right. Mm-hmm. We eat what the Most High in Leviticus chapter 11 said eat. But let's get it.
Book of Enoch, chapter 12. Before these things, Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of majesty, and the King of the ages. And lo, the watchers called me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go, declare to the watchers of the heaven, who have left the high heaven.
Do anyone know that Enoch was a king? Huh? Enoch was a king. He ruled for like 200 some years. So let's get it.
Go declare to the watchers of the heaven, who have left the high heaven.
He ruled and taught the people. Yes, sister.
Somebody got a question?
Time.
Oh. So did he turn like angelic?
He turned angelic?
Like just spirit form, like, okay.
Yeah. It says he's in the third heaven in the Garden of Eden.
Yep. The holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace, nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication until eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. And Enoch went and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness. and unrighteousness and sin.
I want to bring this out. Because I often say that people don't understand how the Most High see his servants. Right? Now, these are men that the whole earth fear. They are judges and warriors in the earth. Everybody fearing these giants. But at Enoch, they trembled. They trembled. Why? They knew who he was to the Most High. Even so much they begged him to go pray, intercede for them, to ask the Most High to forgive them. You're like, you're supposed to intercede for men, not men for you. But they knew who Enoch was, and they feared him. So we have to correct our thinking and see things how the Most High see things. Like he said, although they were despised, you know what I'm saying, they was loved. The Most High loved his servants. He see them differently than man do. Man despise the servants. But it's the same way as those spirits that was in that woman of divination said Paul and them were the true servants of God. Mm-hmm. They knew who they were and respected them. They didn't have the same respect the person they did for the others, but they respected Paul. And who was that? Barnabas with him? Barnabas? Let's go.
Come. And because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men, then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid.
They were what?
And they were all afraid.
These are giants now. Remember the Game of Thrones? Giants. Enoch wasn't a giant. They were all afraid, and what?
And fear and trembling seized them.
Seized them. Fear and trembling seized them. Read.
And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven.
Now imagine that. They tried to get Enoch to go talk to God for them when they were sent down here to teach men and to protect them. Read.
For from thenceforth they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven for shame of their sins for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition and the prayer in regard to their spirits and their deeds individually, and in regard to their request that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, and in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. And I read their petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me. And I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding me to tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awaked, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abel's jail, which is between Lebanon and Sinister, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep. And I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. The book of the words of righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One in that vision. I saw in my sleep what I will now say with the tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith and understand with the heart, as he has created and given to man the power of understanding the word of wisdom. So have he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Yea, your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity, and in bonds of the earth.
So they should not ascend into heaven. So if they cannot ascend to heaven, how can mankind? Read.
And from henceforth ye shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity. And in bonds of the earth the decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And that previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. and your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing.
And that's what you call being excommunicated. The Most High ain't dealing with them at all.
Come.
Read.
Even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written, and the visions which was shown to me thus, behold, and the vision clouds invited me, Behold, and the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me, and the course of the stars and the lightning sped and hastened me, and the winds in the vision caused me to fly and lift me upward, and bore me into heaven, and I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which was built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to affright me, and I went into the tongues of fire and drew nigh to a large house which was built of crystals.
So let me ask you this: is this what science and NASA show us? The Most High is giving him a glimpse of heaven. He said he went in what?
He went nigh to a wall which is built of crystals and surrounded by tongues of fire. And it began to affright me, and I went into the tongues of fire, and drew nigh to a large house, which was built of crystals. And the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. And its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubims, and their heaven was clear as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling gat hold upon me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision, and lo, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood open before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect, it so excelled in splendor and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendor and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings in the path of the stars, and its ceilings also was flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne. Its appearance was as crystal, and the wheels thereof as the shining sun. And there was the vision of the cherubim, and from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereon. And the great glory sat thereon.
The who?
And the great glory sat thereon.
See, this is not the vision that we have seen from NASA. The great glory sat on the throne. Read.
And his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter and could behold his face by reason of the magnificence and glory.
So whenever we read anything about heaven, it don't say nothing about it just being like a place of darkness. It's Most High angels are shining bright, whatever. Like where's this darkness at? Where's the black holes at? They have not been outside the firmament. They lie. Read.
And no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and great fire stood before him, and none around him could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him.
Myriads of angels, millions and times millions of angels stood before him. Read.
Yet he needed no counselor. And the most holy ones who were nigh to him did not leave by night nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling. And the Most High called me with his own mouth and said unto me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me and waked me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, you should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And though ye were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten children with the blood of flesh. And as the children of men has lusted after flesh and blood, as those also who die and perish. Therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them, and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wise for you. For as for the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling.
For the spiritual ones of heaven, where?
In heaven is their dwelling.
Not in space, but in heaven is their dwelling. NASA have never seen this. In heaven is their dwelling. Read.
Verse 8. And now the giants who are produced from the spirits and flesh shall be called evil spirits upon the earth. And on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men and from the holy.
These evil spirits cannot enter heaven. They're bound to the earth. So again, all this time, what has NASA been showing us? Fake images.
CGI.
CGI. Read.
Because they are born from men and from the holy watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. As for the spirits of heaven, in heaven shall be their dwelling. But as for the spirits of earth, which were born upon the earth, on the earth shall be their dwelling.
So it's showing us that it's just not a fleshly operation on the earth, but it's a spiritual operation. For he said, we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with evil spirits from up above. The rulers of darkness in high places. These are the spirits. Satan with them run the world, rule the world. This is their world. Read.
And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth.
What do we see? This operation in men and women. This is why we see and are going through what we're going through. These are the spirits that are in all mankind that does not keep the commandments of God. What they do?
Afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offenses. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them.
The same evil spirits that the Bible says, beware of what? Doctrines of devils. Doctrines of devils. Read.
From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated over the watchers and the godless.
So again, all their technology is to do what? Destroy until the end. They put out all the tricks to destroy until the end. That's their whole focus and motivation. It's cause conflict and to destroy and cause trouble. Read.
Over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now as to the watchers, who have sent thee to intercede for them, who have been aforetime in heaven, say to them, you have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones, and these in the hardness of your hearts you have made known to the women, and through the mysteries women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, you have no peace. And they took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me.
Say again. They was as flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. Read.
And they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain, the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries and the treasuries of the stars and of the thunder, and in the uttermost depths, where were a fiery bow and arrows in their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun.
Which receives every setting of the sun, read.
And I came to the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the earth and the firmament of the heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven and have their station between heaven and earth.
And it's the same thing that the Most High was asking Job?
Khan.
He showed it to Enoch. Right?
These are the pillars of heaven. And I saw the winds of heaven which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars of their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven.
At the
above.
who?
I saw at the end of the earth.
At the what?
At the end of the earth.
So how is this a globe? You seen the end of the earth. Read.
The firmament of the heaven above. And
where it meets. Read.
And I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, one was of colored stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth. And those toward the south of red stone, but the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster.
He said, a place where no man walks. We have not seen these mountains, but they exist. Read.
Of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire, and beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed.
The who?
There the heavens were completed. And beyond these mountains.
And beyond these mountains
is a region, the end of the great earth.
The end of the great earth. If you ever, I'm gonna stick out on YouTube, but if you watch the documentary of Admiral Byrd, right? They saw what we're reading. Many of his planes hit the firmament and crashed down. And he was confused because it was a great ice wall. They in the planes. He's like, it was confused because it was ice wall and all this ice and stuff, but beyond, it was like paradise. He's like, it was grass, mountains, green grass. He was just shocked. And shortly after he did that, he was unalive, you know. But look up Admiral Byrd, because he told his testimony. Like when Admiral Byrd saw him and his men saw this, it was a fishbowl, the fishbowl operation. Look it up, fishbowl operation. And at this right here, that's when all the nations came together and made the Antarctic treaty and stopped men from. You can't go to these parts. What you want to say? Okay. After Admiral Byrd and see, when they asked some of his planes hit the firmament, it crashed down. Yeah. He said he's amazed because like how this, like we saw how this ice and stuff, and over here it's mountains and it's like paradise. So he has documents. It's still on YouTube. He probably took it down. Yeah, but let's go.
And beyond these mountains is a region, the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed. And I saw a deep abyss with columns of heavenly fire. And among them I saw columns of a firewall, a firefall, which were beyond measure, alike toward the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, this place is the end of heaven.
The end of who? Heaven has an end. Right?
This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven.
So, what is the firmament called? He called the firmament what? Heaven. There's levels of heaven. This is where the place where the firmament and the earth meets and ends. Read.
This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven.
The who? A prison.
A prison.
A prison, something you can't get out. For the stars, which is the angels, the host of heaven, they cannot get out. Read.
And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Most High in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt should be consummated, even for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind.
Put them in time out. Here shall they stand. You say they stand what?
Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind.
And their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods.
Time.
The doctrines of devils. They come in many different forms.
Time.
Right?
Here shall they stand till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens.
Sirens. They call them mermaids. Right?
And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen.
Now let's finish with the with the course of the angels or the stars, what they call the sun, the moon, and the stars, with the angels.
Book of Enoch, chapter 72, chapter 75, verse 9.
So we see that it is these fallen angels, it is these wicked angels who have taught mankind all the nonsense and the blasphemies that we know today. Even the video that they watch today, that is their foolishness that they have put into man to utter to us.
Book of Enoch.
You gonna be right?
Chapter 72. The book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven.
Hold on, I don't get it.
237.
I don't think I get it. I don't have
237.
Go ahead, get it.
The relations of each according to their classes, their dominion, and their seasons.
So we're going to show that the stars that you see in the firmament are not gas forms of gas. They are actually angels that are led by Uriel.
According to their names and places of origin, and according to their months. 237. Which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, who was their guide, showed me.
Who's the guide of the sun and the stars and the moon?
Uriel.
Okay.
The holy angel.
Him you can't see, but he's guiding them. It's not just Uriel, it's other angels too, but we can't see them. We see the sun, we see the moon, we see the stars, but not Uriel who's leading them. Read.
Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, who was their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and until eternity.
So as we said earlier about how there's such great order in their formation. They have laws that they follow of the Most High. Go ahead.
And how it is regard to all the years of the world and until eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which endureth till eternity.
To the who? To the new creation.
Which endureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rises and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order.
All following in accurately corresponding order. Read.
Also many windows to the right and left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th, those 6 portals in the east. And in the 4th portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are open in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period, the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter, to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a ninth part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that fourth portal and sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it and sets in the fifth portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts.
And this we see, right? When there's equal night and day, twice a year, what happens? We start to gain more daylight, or we start to lose more daylight and have more night than dark. We see this. So if these things were created as according to NASA, why is it doing that?
Right.
Why is it just the same? Right now we at its peak. Now we gonna start losing daylight, going into autumn and winter. In the spring we'll start gaining more daylight, according to what Enoch is writing. But we see with our own eyes. Okay.
And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal, 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign. On that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter, and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal, and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th western portal. On that day, the day decreases by 2 parts, and amounts to 10 parts, and the nights to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that 5th portal and sets in the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal from 1 and 30 mornings on account of its sign, and sets in the west. On that day, the day is equalized with the night and becomes of equal length.
I'm gonna stop a minute, right? More proof that these are spirits that obey the commandments of God. I quoted this earlier, but I'm gonna go to Joshua chapter 10. Okay? Now check this out. This time when the Most High allowed Joshua to the Most High stopped the sun, the moon, and the stars. Right? Joshua chapter 10, verse 11 said, "And it came to pass, as they fled from before Israel, and were in the going down to Bethhoron, that Ahayah cast great stones from heaven upon them unto Azekah, and they died. There were more which died with hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Then spake Joshua to Ahayah in the day when Ahayah delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, right? And thou moon in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hastened not to go down about a whole day. And there is no day like that before it or after it, that Ahayah hearkened to the voice of a man, for Ahayah fought for Israel." So if it came how not to say,
hey, one listen.
Say less, right? Let's get it. Is it not written in the book of Jasher? So it's also showing that there's more records that we need to investigate and to read than what they have given us, called the 66 books of the Bible. Jasher is an excellent tool of our history. They're referring to it. Read.
Right. Back to Book of Enoch, chapter 7:2, latter end of verse 20. And the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the sun rises from that portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises 30 mornings in the third portal, and sets in the west in the third portal. And on that day the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and day shorter than day, till the 30th morning, and the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that third portal, and sets in the third portal in the west, and returns to the east. And for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east.
So that's 3 months, right? It's 30, according to the calendar of the Most High, who she gave to Enoch. This is how it goes, right? We have 30, 30, 31. That 31st day is an intercalary day, which is the change of season, right? And the sun and the moon and stars are interacting with the change of the seasons, going to another portal. Read.
And on that day the night, and in like manner sets in the second portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from the second portal, and sets in the west in the second portal, and returns to the east in the first portal for 130 mornings, and sets in the first portal in the west.
Is Enoch saying that the earth is going around the sun at such a great speed that the sun is so big that the earth, it takes 365 days for the earth to make a total rotation around the sun? Is that what Enoch's saying?
No.
What Enoch is saying, we see with our own eyes. The sun, the stars, and moon is moving, not the earth. Yes.
And I was gonna wait till we finish, but I have been seeing videos like people set up their nice cameras and stuff and point it towards the skies to watch to show the Earth's rotation. And as we was reading this, and I read it earlier, like I was telling you, it's the luminaries that's moving. It's not the Earth, but they don't have that account to recognize that and know that. So that's how they say. That's why they say the Earth is moving. Yep. But Enoch is not saying that, like you just brought out.
Okay. Read.
It says, and returns to the east into the first portal for 130 mornings, and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer and amounts to the double of the day. And the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has therewith traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on the divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and set also in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 130 mornings.
For 130 mornings. On the 31st, boom, change season, read.
And sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its days 364.
364, not 365. Read.
And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun, these distinctions are made.
So again, if the sun was 10,000 times, you see, put all these earths into the sun, what would be the lack of daylight? Remember, saying it'd be the hugest thing. It would always be bright. What causes the shortness of light during the day?
Right.
Oh, it's the orbit of the earth as it rotates. Man, please. If the sun was 10,000 times larger than the earth, there would be no shortness or differentiation of day and night. As Enoch is saying, as we witness with our own eyes. As we breathe tomorrow, and each day we're gonna start losing daylight. Right now, it gets dark about 10 o'clock, and in a couple months, it be dark at 4:30. Read.
Through the course of the sun, these distinctions are made. They are separated. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law in the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns, 60 times and rises. The great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as Ahayah commanded. As he rises, so he sets and decreases not.
Notice I keep calling him a him, a he?
Mm-hmm.
The masculine spirit, read.
As he rises, so he sets and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But
do we see that with our own eyes? Is the sun seven what?
And his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal.
Do we see that? Now they don't say that the moon is 10,000 times the size of the sun, but they would say that we had a lunar eclipse, and somehow the perfect size. Somehow they say it covers the light of the sun. But nowhere have I seen where they said the moon was 10,000 times the earth, size of the earth. But we see what the Bible says, they're equal size.
Read. Chapter 73. And after this, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon, and her circumference.
And who?
Which is named the moon.
And what?
And her circumference.
And her circumference.
It's like the circumference of the heaven. And her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind. And light is given to her in definite measure. And her rising and setting change every month. And her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, full, it amounts to the seventh part of the light of the sun. And thus she rises. And her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning. And on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon, on the 30th day together with the sun, and the portal where the sun rises. And the one half of her goes forth by a seventh part.
Hold on. It says, and thus she rises, and her first phase in the east come forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she become visible, and constitute for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. So we see this all the time. They call it the new moon, right? When it's only like a little crescent, right? The full moon is not the so-called new moon, but we know a new moon, according to the Most High, had nothing to do with her phase, but it's a new month. It's a new season. But it's time when the moon is invisible, then then it's a little crescent, and then she starts to fill with light. These phases we see, according to what Enoch is about to explain to us, according to the Word of God. But what science tries to teach us make no sense concerning why she has and changed so many phases consistently. Read.
And the one half of her goes forth by a seventh part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun. And when the sun rises, the moon rises with him.
So we see the moon and the sun at the same time. Right? Well, they say that the sun's on one side of the globe and the moon on the other side of the globe. How can we see them at the same time if that was true? We're seeing, yes, the Most High left testimony and witness, we can see it.
And then because it was out last week at the same time, it would always be full too. If it's in direct sight and the sun out at the same time and they're not on opposite sides, then it would never be able to be in its phases, but it is.
It is. Yep. Read.
And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of one part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night with the 14 parts and the half of one of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a seventh part, and comes forth, and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts.
We still going? Oh, yeah. Let's say 5-9. Okay, let's go.
And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel who is the leader of them all, showed to me in their positions. And I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7 parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7 parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun. In those 2 middle portals, the third and the fourth, she goes forth for 7 days, and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes from the sun, and in the 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th and turns back again in 7 days in the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days. And she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal, from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days. And all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amounts to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amount to 6 days. And 5 years, 6 days, every year come to 30 days. And the moon falls behind the sun, and the stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years, exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days. For the moon alone, the days amounts in 3 years to 1,062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind.
So it's showing us that we cannot follow the sun to do what? Could not follow the moon to count the days of a year. She falls short. Read.
In 5 years she falls 50 days behind, to the sum of 1,770. There is to be added 1,062 days. And in 5 years there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon the days in 8 years amount to 2,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind the amount of 80 days.
So if we're following the moon to count the years, we'll be really way off.
Mm-hmm.
According to the Most High. Read. Go ahead.
And that's why, like, people following the astrology and stuff, they are way off with trying to calculate the year, what we in and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Read.
And all the days she falls behind in 8 years are 80, and the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals from which the sun rises and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, have also to do with the 4 intercalary days.
The 4 intercalary days. We're showing there's leaders of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Read.
Being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the year. And these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein. For those luminaries truly render service on the world stations. And one in the 1st portal, one in the 3rd portal of the heaven, one in the 4th portal, and one in the 6th portal. And the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory hath set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven. in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven, and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and the night, the sun, moon, and the stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In like manner, 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun's chariot in the heaven, through the which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them is warmth diffused over the earth, when they are open at their appointed seasons. And for the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven, and the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven, in the east and in the west. There are many windows open to the left and to the right, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth, corresponding as these do, to those doors from which the stars come forth, according as he has commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set, and one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world.
Okay. Now, I don't know about you, but that's a more accurate, complete history of the creation of the heavens and the earth and its purpose. So it's showing that these angels not only follow the commandments of the Most High God as luminaries, but they have leaders guiding them constantly. And everything that we have read, like I said, we witness with our own eyes. What science and NASA has tried to teach us, we can't see nor understand the buffoonery. It makes no sense. Even they say it's beyond comprehension. It's a fantasy. But this is the truth about creation, and also the origin of the gods of this world, and how they have destroyed mankind and how they are destroying mankind. As the Bible said that they will destroy it until the ends of consummation. So let's listen to the Most High God and not these fallen angels. Okay? The Most High created the heavens and earth and all that's therein. Is to him be the glory and honor forever. Amen.